And 30 seconds. Or 30 seconds.
Yeah, 4:59. Here he comes. Here comes the other. Here comes one. I'm straggling in.
No, I was like, I see a suit. Oh, there he is.
15 seconds,
Here we go.
Too bad he just called it.
just like Southwest Airlines.
This guy.
Yes, sir.
Yes. let's
So I
do
was
that.
just telling them, we have to meet, me and some staff members. Have to meet with Randy in another room for about 10 minutes. Y'all go ahead and go in there and eat, and we'll come in and we can start the meeting
Okay,
after we get there.
that's no problem. Okay, I already started the meeting, so. Here,
So she's gonna do.
let's
a
have roll call. Here.
Trustee Brady.
Here.
Trustee Vicotr.
Here.
Here.
Trustee Barkley.
Here.
And Superintendent President.
Here. Okay. We got anything for, let's see, we
Public
got
comment.
one not agenda item guy,
Yeah, that's what we're.
that's later. Okay,
There's no public comment.
I make no public comments, I adjourn. Closed session.
Hurry.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
gotta. Good job.
Wow. Authoritarian.
Sounds fierce.
Call to order. Roll call.
Roll call.
Where's Brandon?
We lost him.
Mr.
I put a bell on him last month, but.
You did what to him last month?
Put a bell, you know, so we can find him.
Yeah, right.
He took it off.
Roll call.
Trustee Henderson.
Here.
Trustee Brady.
Here.
Trustee Peterson.
Here.
Trustee Wood.
Here.
Trustee Hartley.
Here.
Student trustee Wise.
Here.
And superintendent Frenzo.
Here.
Whoa. Huh.
I have a pen somewhere.
Okay, pledge of allegiance. Who wants to do it? I don't see any volunteers, so I'll do it. I can do it. I'll do it.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Master John Recker, would you please come up and lead us in the invocation? And we thank you in advance for showing up tonight.
My pleasure to be here. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you so much just for the opportunity to be able to gather together, to be able to discuss things that are of great importance. Lord, I thank you so much just for this institution that has been such an important part in our community for over 60 years. Lord, I thank you for the lives that have been touched, the lives that have been changed, the careers that have been founded and gone on because of this institution. Lord, I ask this evening that all that is said and done would be done in a manner that would be glorifying to you. Be with the board members and just give them wisdom and direction as well. We ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thanks again.
Closed session report out.
Nothing to
With nothing to
report.
report. We didn't vote on anything.
Right.
So. Public comments related to non-agenda items. I think I saw it here. At least one, two now,
3.5.
two. I got Gary Purcell.
3.5.
What? What'd she say?
Announcement of items deleted or corrected from the agenda.
Oh, there's nothing
Nothing deleted from,
deleted or.
nothing deleted. Okay, Gary Purcell. Come on up,
We're on
the
4.1.
podium there.
Public.
Come on down. This is regarding the help desk, right? Okay,
Of your time. This last June, while I was trying hard to finish some last minute assignments for Professor Regina Brown's Introduction to Real Estate class, my computer started refusing to do even the most basic functions. And after struggling with it on my own to no avail, I decided to get some help and find out what was wrong. I asked some of the librarians in the library who I should take it to, and they mentioned 2 or 3 different people on campus who were known for their computer expertise. I went to all 3 and they could not even begin to figure it out. Finally, in desperation, I went to the help desk where Esperanza and Carlos worked. They figured out what the problem was in about 30 seconds, whereas the other people did not even know where to begin. Clearly, I'm a senior student and computer stuff still comes hard for me to begin with. If the help desk were taken away from me or other senior students, we would be lost as the instructors, even if they had the time, are not expert troubleshooters, whereas the help desk employees are the closest thing to IT. So please, I beg you, do not take the help desk away from the students, especially senior students like myself. Otherwise, I probably would have gotten a C in this semester in Regina's class instead of an A I actually earned because I would not have been able to upload the papers she required. Thank you.
thank you. John Pinkerton. I can't imagine what you're gonna say.
Don't even try. President Weiss. Joseph Brady, trustee, President Henderson, President Walden, Brandon Wood, and Jennifer Tarpley. I'm so,
You missed trustee Pinkerton.
you know, I didn't miss her.
I want to raise your, it's Joseph Doug.
Oh, Lord.
I want to address something that is close to my heart, and that's enrollment. President Walden said that we have now surpassed that 10,000 full-time student benchmark that eluded us for so doggone long. And now it appears that we might be in a situation where we have a whole bunch of unfunded FTS, a whole bunch of students that maybe we don't have funding for. Well, I'm here to remind us all that this is maybe something we want to face with courage. And, you know, there's too many times in life that we want to be somewhere, and then when we finally get there, we find out, well, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with that. Well, this is a problem where we're very successful right now. And I just want to remind the board that the problem of having a declining enrollment or a stagnant enrollment or a college that is kind of played out and nobody wants to go to, which is kind of where we used to be. This is a better problem to have. This is a much better problem to have. We can get more money. We showed that during the pandemic. The state and the federal government come up with more money for us. And we come to find out we didn't even need it. Now, some of the problem right now is we didn't need that money. And we would have been okay not having accepted it. And there was a time that the most liberal guy in the room, me, said, guess what? Maybe we don't need to accept all that money from the government. Maybe there's times we can say, we got this. You gave us enough already. Well, those are my thoughts tonight. And I do want to add on with all this stuff with enrollment. There's Mr. Ratcliffe. Dr. Ratcliffe's been hugely successful with that truck driving program. It's really cool. And Mackenzie over there. Oh my gosh. That billboard, that rolling billboard is amazing. It is such an incredible advertisement for the school. And I'm hoping we're not going, yeah, but we don't need to advertise now. Don't take our foot off the gas pedal. Don't stop. We've got some, maybe right now, it doesn't look good, but it's gonna look good. When so many other institutions are saying, how are you doing it? How are you getting all them young people to sign up for your college? I'd rather have this problem. And as a member of our community, I'd rather have this problem than have a problem of, yeah, well, we're okay with our budget, but nobody wants to go there. Thanks for having me out, guys.
No problem.
And we didn't even turn on the clock.
No.
No, we noticed. Terrible thing to have done.
The goals thing you're gonna read? The goals,
The goals.
yeah. I think
Okay, I'm gonna read the goals
they're right here.
somewhere. There they are. I'll be providing an update on goals 1, 2, and 4. We approved goal 1, we approved institutional self-evaluation report, ISER, in July, and it was submitted last week. The college received the list of who will be on the visiting team, and we will be doing a formative visit sometimes around October with an open forum via Zoom that everybody interested can listen to. Goal 2. The board continues to support improvements in student success by approving funding for the ATC remodel and staffing of the new engagement centers, the writing and math centers, which are scheduled to open on the first day of fall semester. We go, goal 4. Negotiations with the CSU classified union is going through the approval process, and the board hopes to be able to vote on it at the September meeting, which includes the implementation of the classification and compensation study. And that's all I got. That's all, folks.
Individual trustees.
Huh?
Individual trustees.
Yeah, okay. Here, let me find it here.
6.1.
6.1. Individual trustee, I'm gonna give little talks. We got one trustee that circumnavigated the globe here.
Again.
Huh?
Again.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I can't find it.
Just call them.
Huh? I don't see it.
It skipped these sections.
What?
The agenda printed off, so you'll want to use what's on.
Oh.
Use the computer.
I'll use this, okay. So you skipped all this on the printed one, right?
Yeah. and-
Just like to mess with you, Dennis.
Why, I can't find it. Okay, Board of Trustees. Individual Board of Trustees reports. Who wants to start?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Why not?
I want to invite Amanda Ballard to come up. I talked to her last week and she had called up because her daughter got locked out of, for testing for her dual enrollment. I thought, what a perfect person to have come and tell us about dual enrollment.
All right. I brought my daughter too, because Sharon thought it would be a good idea as well. My name is Amanda Ballard. I just wanted to share my appreciation for VVC working with my high school district on allowing us to offer some more dual enrollment classes this year. I'm one of the dual enrollment teachers at Cobalt Institute of Math and Science for History 118. And I just wanted to say that Mackenzie Tarango and her team really helped to facilitate the process of getting us approved very quickly and helping us get ready for the school year. And so we've had a really great time and we're really excited to be able to offer some more classes, especially at my site during the school day, which wasn't something that was possible before for us. So we really appreciate that. And then I brought my daughter Addison. She's taken a couple of classes, one in person and one online. So she wanted to just share a little bit about her experience. Tell me what you took. Hi.
I took French, which one?
French one.
A French one here in person, and then online I took poli-sci with David Dupree. And that's given me the opportunity to get the college credits where I would not if I had failed the AP exams. So it's given me more opportunities than just taking a class and hoping that I get an AP like pass and then getting the credits. So yeah.
And at our school, we don't offer French, so she really welcomed that opportunity to be able to take a class that we don't have on our campus. So we just appreciate that you gave us some time to talk about our experiences. But I'd like to say that the dual enrollment process has been really great. VVC's always been very receptive. Everybody here is super receptive and helpful in solving any problems that we come to. So I just wanted to thank everybody for all their hard work. I teach at Cobalt Institute of Math and Science, and I'm at Pinkerton when I taught at Silverado High School. I've been a member of this community since 1987.
And that's all I have to say.
That's it. Sharp.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Yeah, you.
Oh, okay. I don't really have anything to say. Go team in the back. My babies.
Go
My
what?
babies are here. The ASB's here, so. I just want to say thank you for having me for another month on the board, and that is all I have to say.
Another month on. the
Another
board?
month,
You're here month by month.
month by month basis. Yes. No, I'm just kidding. As long as you'll have me, I'll be here.
Joe?
John, let me, former trustee Pinkerton. Where are you?
He's hiding.
He.
You went out.
Never had to summon somebody.
Hey, someone.
We've never had to summon anybody back here except for you. So I wanted to address your comments. This board, John, is very cognizant of your passion, our passion, and everybody's passion in here to get to that 10,000 level. Just yesterday, I'm having lunch with a person who I said that I want to have lunch with 5 years ago. And just because of timing, we just didn't do it. We sat down and we were talking about 7 or 8 things I thought were really important. I had no idea that this person said to me, I have a relative, probably a grandson, that wants to come back to VVC and that they had a problem. And I said, what was the problem? And they told me, and I said to them, if you'll send me an email, I will send that email directly to Dr. Dan Walden. And what I said to this person is this: we may not be able to totally fix what the problem was, but the one thing about Dr. Walden and his staff, if there's a way to make something happen, it will happen. So the moral of the story, John, is we have a different attitude here now. We can do things where in the past, I'm a private sector guy. I was told 12 years ago we couldn't. And I went up against some people here and they didn't like it. And I think they figured out that I wouldn't go anywhere. So now we're all here together, and I think we have a totally different attitude. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Everybody knows that you're my brother. But you know what? You have never stopped your passion about that 10,000. So now you got to figure out something else. We got to get to like 10 or 12, maybe 13. But I'm sure that Dr. Walden and his staff will figure out a way to cure that problem. And the essence of what I'm saying is we just have such a great attitude here today. That's what makes things so fun. So in closing, it's been kind of like, yeah.
Nobody.
The second thing, when you get the emails out of the office, and we got one the other day, actually Michelle sent it twice, which is pretty cool. It talked about how, Dr. Todd shows up late one night while they're, getting ready and the accreditation report. And I mean, we've all been in those late night, I got to get to the office and get ready for that presentation. So Dr. Todd, everybody that was on your team, I want to personally thank. I mean, when you showed up at 10:30 at night, I could tell you I was 2 hours deep asleep because I go to sleep early. But you know what? That's, I think, the attitude. We would never have seen that before years ago, and we wouldn't see people staying late. So I just want to thank everybody that's here. I joined Jennifer and just enjoying being a trustee. I'm very proud to be a trustee, and I'm proud of the can-do attitude that we have. And I just think we have a lot of great days ahead of us. So thanks.
Well stated.
And if you want to know where all the brownies are, they're up here with Dennis.
They were magically delivered.
They magically move up here.
Gabby.
Thank you. Anyway, Brandon, Mr. Globetrotter.
Ooh, Globetrotter. Show us your trick.
Speak to us in French.
There we go.
Italian.
So last month I missed the meeting, so I'll back up to July. I did have the pleasure of attending the ASB retreat up in Big Bear. It was an exceptional time. A big thanks to Robert for the continued invitations, and Tim, of course, for all your hard work. You like to be a wallflower and hide back there and pretend like you don't ever do anything. And Tim plays a huge role in that weekend. To everyone else who attended, it was a great time. To the ASB, welcome to a new year back there. I see you back there as well. It was a fun retreat. You guys made it fun this year. Got some good work done, got some fun along the way. And it was my pleasure to be there, and I appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to be there and help and hang out and give my input where needed. And immediately after the ASB retreat, I've been gone ever since then. So I just barely got back. So that's all I have to report out on.
Anybody trustee?
Well, thank you for letting me go now. I would like to touch up on events coming up that ASB will be hosting. 9/11 is the memorial for 9/11 is coming up, and we are doing the setup with the flag posting again. That will be Labor Day weekend. We will have that September 2nd through 4th, and we start at 6 a.m. every day. Everyone is welcome to attend. The 9/11 memorial ceremony itself will be on Monday, 9/11 at 6:30 in the morning. Again, that is open to everyone here. I look forward to seeing a lot of you. I had the opportunity of attending CCLC's student trustee workshops over the weekend with my advisor, Robert Sewell. And I just wanted to say thank you because it was really, there was a lot of knowledge I already knew going in, but it was eye-opening to me to realize not a lot of student trustees were prepared for that. And I am very grateful to have a board who is so supportive of student success that I could call one of them on 8:30 in the morning on a Saturday. They pick up and answer all the questions I needed answered and give me the advice I needed. I'm so thankful for an administration who answers my questions when needed, who gives me the support I needed, for a classified staff who does the same, supporting our events, faculty who are here to support us, my advisor who has helped me through this all, especially that weekend, it was hectic, and a mentor who does the exact same thing, but especially an ASB council who goes to the board meetings, even though they don't have to support me. So thank you so much for being so student oriented and being here to just support us, because I did confidently say that everyone here was here for the students when other student trustees could not say that. So thank you.
Yes, it's my turn now. Okay, all right, so I went to the retreat too, and it was fun. So good to see everybody there. And other than that, I've been busy doing other things and getting a house ready to go. And we're moving actually back here full time. I was gone part-time, but now I'm coming back here full-time, and we just spent a whole bunch of money on our house upgrading it because it's an old house. It's old, almost as old as I am. So that's old, I know. And that's really old.
That's really old.
Yeah,
This room must.
they don't get old. Yeah. Trying to find somebody older than me, I couldn't do it.
Did you have a slab in your house?
Huh?
Oh my gosh, Joe,
Did you have a slab in your house or?
stop it.
Ray Price, give me Ray Price. Ray had dirt floor.
I got a dirt floor, yeah.
In his house.
And a wood stove.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been kind of interesting coming back full time. And I spent almost as much money upgrading than I did building 43 years ago. I built the house for 100 and something thousand, whole house, 3,600 feet, 140,000, I think. And I upgraded all kinds of stuff, but now they just cost me $90,000 just to upgrade it. Hard to believe. Of course, that's today's dollars. Back in those dollars, it cost me, I'd be well over what I put into it. Anyway, I'm glad to be here. I'm here month to month, just like her. And and I've been here month to month for a long time. I think I've only missed all the times I've been here, maybe 1 or 2 meetings since I got on the board. And I try to make every board meeting because you guys wanted me here. Somebody did. So here I am.
And there's brownies.
And I'm happy to be here. I see a lot of smiling faces. I've seen Robert since, I think been here longer than me. Yeah, at least longer than
That's a
me.
long time.
That is a long time.
He's old.
Yeah, and anyway, so I'm happy to be here and
Right.
I'll be happier to be here next week or next month and the month after. So the longer I'm happier. So, anyway, so that's all I have to say.
Time for my report now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you must.
So, first part of my report entails
Just skip it.
a report from our Chief of Police, Leonard Knight, on Title V Public Safety. So, Chief, if you would come up, please.
Literally crying.
Before we get started, I provided all the board members with Title V overview that gives you a detailed analysis of Title V. In addition, I gave you a copy of the department's progress report that really talks about the especially of the board as to our progress in all of the divisions of the Title V. As we move through the presentation, there'll be, if you can reference your document, if you have any questions at the end, I will address them. So the topics to be covered tonight, I'm going to give you a historical perspective of the Title V provisions. We're going to identify those key provisions of Title V. I'm going to provide you a brief overview of each provision because each provision has several criteria, subcategories, and we're only going to go over the key aspects of the Title V. We're going to discuss the police department's progress in regards to Title V. And then we put in place some compliance measures to ensure that we complete the Title V as required. And then I'm going to do a summary of all the things we've done so far and open it up for questions from the board. Now, from the historical perspective of Title V, in November of 22, the Board of Governors, California Community College, they met and they wanted to revise the Title V, California Code Regulations, section number 59700 to 59704 by adding public safety provisions into that particular Title V. Now, the provisions were based on recent law enforcement events and community interactions that left a negative impact with the residents of the state of California. Now, as a result, they put the provisions in place to improve law enforcement relationships and the delivery of public safety services in the community colleges. So there's, as far as the provisions are concerned, there are 5 key provisions. And remember, I said, if you look at your document, there's several different criteria under each provision. The first is the policing philosophy requirement. Number 2 is the governance requirement. 3 is the hiring and training requirement. Number 4 is the state apportionment requirement. And number 5 is the implementation of an MOU with the local law enforcement that needs to be revised every 5 years. We currently have an MOU with the sheriff department, but the provisions now require that it's done and renewed every 5 years. As for provision 1, the policing philosophy, this provision focuses on public safety agency adopting a community policing delivery of service within that community college. It established mental health services within those organizations. It requires the training of the police officers in regards to mental health and community policing, and to use what they call the evidence-based policing. And I'll get into a little bit more about what that is. Now, as far as what BDC has done so far, we've adopted and been utilizing the community policing concept since 2015 here at the college. Our officers utilize the community engagement strategies and practices when they're interacting with the student, faculty, and staff, meaning that they should be talking, soliciting information, engaging them so they will talk to them about their various issues. We've been, as an institution, we've been doing community policing forums since 2015 too. We established these forums so we could solicit feedback, provide information to the community, as well as solicit that information in regards to how we're performing as a police department. This is one of the programs I don't think any other community college has. We went into a contract with the San Bernardino County Behavioral Health Department to get the triage engagement support team to be a part of the mental health services here at BBC. They've assisted us in the mental health behavior resource management and in responding to calls. So our faculty, staffs, and students have been able to utilize this program to assist them when they have behavioral health issues. We also have been providing the mandated mental health and community policing training. Those are mandated courses that must be done every year for police officers. This is where the evidence policing will come into play. There are certain requirements that they want the police department to perform in. That means they utilize appropriate tactics when interacting with the faculty, staff, and students here, that we document all traffic and pedestrian stops per the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, RIPA. In addition, this year, the Department of Justice has mandated that we do this. So we have to report daily to the Department of Justice about all traffic stops and pedestrian stops here at the college. As far as this particular provision, we're currently operating as outlined in Title V. For provision 2, the governance requirement, this particular provision requires that the public safety departments identify their stakeholders, that they develop a process of public safety service that they're going to deliver, and that they establish a public safety advisory committee. What we've done here at BBC, we know our stakeholders here at the college. We interact with our students, faculty, staff. We've developed work groups. We go to all events. Next up, one and done, work with the ambassadors. We attend all of the orientations and ensure that our officers are engaging. The advisory committee, we met in May for the first time, and we're going to meet again in August to continue this particular aspect of the provision. But so far, we've developed a purpose, a mission, and outlined the responsibilities for that committee. And you can see that in the progress matrix on how we've done that. So as far as the governance provision, we're on track for the successful completion of that particular requirement. As for title provision 3, the hiring and training of police officers, this provision requires that the public safety departments adhere to the principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, as well as no hiring of officers with sustained complaints for moral turpitude, harassment, discrimination, retaliation, and any other disqualifying misconduct to be employed as a BBC police officer. And what we've done here at BBC, we've, first of all, we ensured that the officers receive continuous post-approved training in diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So when they're out there performing their duties, they understand about diversity, they know what equity is, they know what inclusion means, and they know about accessibility and dealing with individuals with disabilities, and then they're able to perform more effectively in the field. In conjunction with human resources, we ensure that our public safety recruitments are conducted with these requirements and concepts in place. As far as the background process to ensure that we are hiring people that do not have those disqualifying areas, we have a thorough investigation process that identifies officers with disqualifying sustained complaints. So they do not complete the process. Now, additionally, this year, Senate Bill 2 started in January of 22. It does not allow for the hiring of any officer with the above mentioned. Senate Bill 2 requires them to be decertified, meaning that they can't perform the duties of a police officer in the state of California, as well as outside of California. And there are certain mandates that we have to provide for posts when hiring of individuals based on Senate Bill 2. As far as the hiring and training provision, again, we're on track for the successful completion of that particular provision. Provision 4, the state apportionment. This provision requires that the college has a campus climate and public safety condition to maintain state aid. They're talking about the survey and us knowing the climate, culture, the pulse, keeping a good pulse on the institution in regards to how they feel about policing. What we've done here at BBC, we currently conduct public safety surveys and debriefing after every public safety event and meeting. So we make sure we get the feedback in regards to that. We participate in all faculty, staff, and student orientations, as well as conduct community forums. That's where we talk about soliciting feedback, and as well as where we can provide information to the community in regards to our performance and what they are feeling about the police department. So in regards to the state of portions, we're on track for successful completion in this area. There's other criteria that's outlined in the matrix, and you see the progress in regards to what we're doing in regards to that, but it would take the whole night to go through that matrix. So we're doing a brief overview for you. Provision 5, the implementation of a local MOU. This provision requires that police departments implement an MOU for mutual aid support, as well as to define the jurisdictional authority for crime prevention and traffic enforcement. What we've done here at BBC, we researched, we prepared and submitted a MOU. We had the legal and risk management review in December of 22. That MOU was finalized and submitted to the San Bernardino County Sheriff Department in January of 23. I checked as of July 31st, and it's still in the review process. And one of the issues the Sheriff Department is currently having, they had a recent ransomware attack, and they're behind in all administrative functions. And so this is probably somewhere backed up in all of the other work that they have to bring forward to catch back up. We don't believe there's or anticipate any problem. Maybe we'll have this next month for the board meeting. So as far as the MOU provision, we're on track for the successful completion of that particular provision of the public safety. Now, to ensure that we are accountable, we put some compliance measures in place. The first being that we're going to come here monthly and then provide an update to the board in regards to our compliance and progress, so you'll know where we are, what we did. 2, we're going to be doing those monthly meetings with our selected governance group for discussion on public safety, as well as soliciting that feedback from them so we know where we stand within our college community. We're gonna do a quarterly progress update matrix. That's that matrix that you have every quarter. We're gonna update it and submit it to the college president as well as the board of trustees, so you know where we are in compliance with this particular provision. And lastly, we're gonna do an annual report to submit to the college president as well as the board of trustees and the chancellor's office to talk about what we've done here at VDC to be in compliance with the Title V provisions. So in summation, this is what we've done. We initiated as a department and began the documentation process for compliance. We designed compliance measures and a reporting matrix to you, the board and the college president. We ensured accountability to the president and the board in regards to us meeting the Title V as well as just the overall improvement for our police department. And lastly, we developed a process for successful completion of the Title V provision of the public safety provision. And with that, I'm open for any questions that you'd like to ask.
Just a comment, your staff is very professional. And the interaction I've seen with them throughout the campus is exceptional, and I think we all appreciate it. I mean, I feel safe here at night with 3 deputies on out there, but no, they're just very, very professional in all their dealings. I've never heard anybody complain.
And the goal is to do that. And if we do get those complaints, we do speak with the officers. We talk about those issues, look at ways for improving the service to the community. And again, we work with all the groups. We're there for all of the events. We just had the resource. We did the one and done. We're with the ambassadors. Again, like I said earlier, we participate in all of the orientations so we can kind of give them the needed information that they need to feel safe here on campus. And this year we developed a informational flyer and that's approved by Dr. Watt and that we submitted to the campus community regarding what we do here and then all of the policies regarding traffic and policing here on the college.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, I'm gonna ask you to come and introduce the next presentation and why we're having this presentation, the reason for it.
Em, could you cue up those pictures for me? So for the last couple of years, we've been talking about solar. Nate Smith, with Forefront Power, Kevin Flanagan with Spur JPA, supposed to be on a Zoom somewhere. But we've had an issue with these, with this, in basically this field. I gave you guys a printout today of the generation from this field. In December, a firm called Green Economy installed a monitoring device for the output of this field for us because that was one of the systems that quit working over the years. So according to their system as through today or yesterday, that field has generated 312,772 kilowatt hours. And if you multiply that by 13.5 cents, it's basically $42,224 worth of electricity at the 13.5 cent rate. And that's a little over 6 months. So Giant Power is the firm that we've hired over the years to try to keep these panels in sync with the sun. They're all individually, they have sun tracking system. It has to be right on the sun all during the day. So they all have GPS. They even have a wind measuring system. Very sophisticated in maintenance, really a lot of maintenance. So over the last 4 years, we've spent $312,000 on maintenance. which equates to an average of $78,000 a year. So right now, we've got a solar field that's generating maybe $60,000-$70,000 worth of power, and we're spending $78,000 to keep it generating. Great investment. So go back a year ago, the board approved a concept of putting solar panels over Lot Q, the big lot across from the gym. So the board approved, that project was approved. So Nate kind of approached us probably 6 months ago and said, hey, you know what, that field doesn't look all that great out there. Would you be interested in us doing a proposal to take this field out and replace it with some fixed panels and do an amendment to our agreement? So the previous agreement was for 12.5 cents a kilowatt hour. It gives us a 20-year guarantee rate. And to replace this, his calculations and his proposal moves the rate to 13.5 for 20 years to tear this system out and put another fixed panel system in. So I'll have Nate come up and he can give you the presentation on what the idea was. And so when he came to myself and Dr. Walden, we were like, yeah, you know, because when you Kevin, I give him a lot of grief because when I drive in up to the campus and I see those panels facing in 20 different directions, it's kind of embarrassing to think, you know, we got all these scientists and all these brilliant people on campus and our panels aren't in sync. So it's kind of like I don't know, it's hard to explain. But anyway, hopefully you'll be receptive to this potential project.
This is the one that we argued about 18 months ago and appropriated 800 grand or something toward.
No. Oh, you mean the solar field?
Yeah.
It is.
800,000.
No, this is a solar field that we argued about. Remember?
This solar. field.
No, well, we
I
did
remember.
it. Tore
It's the
tore
neighbor.
part of this out.
Right, it's the neighbor.
Where those fixed panels are?
Yeah.
That was 3 or 4 years ago.
Right.
We tore those panels out, so we'd have enough parts to fix the remaining panels.
But it
What
was-
happened to
it was
the-
January, February, March of last year that we had.
No.
No,
It
it
was
was
during
during
COVID.
COVID.
It was during
It
COVID.
was prior.
We
We
were
were in the
upstairs.
gym.
But is it,
We
this
reached
is,
back.
We haven't really, it's no cost to us, other than
Insect.
we buy the power and fix it.
no, but I thought we gave this company, because I was battling
Yeah,
against it.
yeah, yeah.
Not
It's like
this
$1.2 million
company, it
or
was a
800
different-
grand to
Yeah.
fix it.
That was a
It
different
was
company.
800,000
Okay, but
to
what,
fix it.
so a question, is that the same field that we were talking about then, or is this a different field?
I,
The
This is
field
the
that
same
we
field.
took out, these kind of panels, where those, see the fixed panels on the left?
Yeah.
Those replaced the ones we took out because we needed spare parts to see if we could maintain this. field.
Now, these guys want to come in and take all those out. So I'm
Right.
a simple guy. We appropriated like 800 grand that we're now going to throw away, right?
So what happened to
Haven't
the,
done anything.
No,
so,
no, I thought we gave that contract to the guy.
so what happened to that company that we had?
when we were all up in the SAC during
Yeah.
COVID, we had all of those many meetings
Heated
about this solar.
Yeah.
No, all of the heat meetings has been for.
No, this was what brought us to green economics or whatever her name was. So I'm just trying to get,
We spent, I think, $698,000 to put in those fixed panels.
Right.
With giant power. So we could create enough spare parts to keep the rest of these panels operational.
And
okay,
it didn't
so,
work.
And I'm telling you right now, with the parts we've got, but it's costing us 78 to 80,000 a year for the labor. These panels up and running.
John, I'm just trying to get a clarification. We made a bad decision when we threw that money and we should have done this, what we're talking about now, right?
This proposal has no, so that $698,000 that you spent repairing a piece of the dual axis trackers, also known as concentrated photovoltaics, and refer to them as CPV. So the removal and the replacement of some of that CPV project that you see on the photo, And the construction of that, what's called a fixed tilt solar project is completely unaffected by this proposal. What the proposal is we want to talk about tonight is augmenting the $698,000 that you've already spent, that stays there. And then we construct an additional fixed tilt solar project that replaces the remainder of the CPV solar project.
How big is that remainder field? I mean, what's the field you're gonna keep size wise?
So,
What's the,
yeah, so everything, the remaining CPV project, the remaining CPV panels are going to be removed. And then with the efficiency, the growth in the efficiency of solar modules, we only have to take up approximately half of the square footage to create even more power than what the remaining CPV project, much more power than what the remaining CPV project outputs. So it would be essentially half the square footage of, and I have a photo of this in a diagram of this in the presentation, half of the square footage of the CPV project. And the new solar project would be fixed tilt and it would look exactly like the portion that was installed 4 years ago.
The
Right.
black long one.
Exactly. That, like what you see out in the desert.
so the thing 4 years ago, I can't remember. I do remember 3 very
That's the one
contentious
that's the one you're talking
board
about.
meetings up in the south.
Joe, those are the long ones on the side.
That's the one you're talking about,
Yeah.
the 4-year.
And we were
saying 4 years
unaffiliated with
ago
that.
was in the end of, we started the discussion in the end of 19, it moved over into 20 when we were then we were up in the SAC and all that. Eventually. the
This
board-
was a local, there was a local
Yes,
purveyor from
and that's
Apple
up
Valley.
there. No, this is not,
We built that.
Mhm.
So they're on the left.
we're not changing
It's
that.
gonna stay.
No, and nothing's happening
The
to that
contract
project.
that we gave out was to a company, I thought in Apple Valley.
Giant Power.
Okay.
And they were the ones who we give a contract every year for, I don't know how many years to maintain. it. Because this sole focus group went out of business 2 or 3 years after it was installed.
Okay.
So we've had to hire a private contractor, separate contractor to maintain the facility to keep those panels hopefully in sync. Which it looks like we're paying more, to keep them in sync than the power that they're generating.
Joe, I'm not disagreeing. What
Why
I'm just.
don't we
trying
do
to-
this? Why don't we have the presentation and
Yeah.
then we can ask questions at the end?
There you go.
Go ahead.
I'm on board.
Yeah.
I sent it to Stella. I have a computer if I need it. Yeah.
Can you plug it in?
John, while he's doing that, how hard would it be next board meeting to take us down there? I mean, after we went through that 3 board meeting fiasco,
you.
and then we ended up hiring that company and tell us what you just told us.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence. Makes sense. Yeah, just go down there and take a look at what this thing. Got the private box down there.
I love them so.
Sir,
That's why he does what he does.
easy.
What you can do in sign language.
They're just saying goodbye.
Yeah.
It's all
Oh, yeah.
good.
Okay, so I prepared, thank you again for the opportunity to be back here,
Right.
everyone. I prepared a presentation deck to refresh the board on what has previously been approved and then looking forward to this amendment that we're trying to discuss and the scope of that amendment, exactly what it entails. So as a reminder, the district is utilizing a joint powers authority called SPUR, which is comprised of community college districts and K-12s to procure the currently approved solar project in parking lot Q. That was approved last August. And what Spur does is they take their collective buying power and they run RFPs for utilities for their constituency, which is Victor Valley College. And they ran an RFP for solar and battery storage, and Forefront Power, the company that I work for, was the winner of that RFP process. So it allows the district to get all of the benefits of running an RFP without having to spend time and resources to do so. The program is tried and true. I'm going to buzz through this slide. You've heard some of this before. Many of your peer community college districts in the state have utilized the Spur Forefront program. We have hundreds of projects deployed throughout the state with other public agencies as well. This is an obligatory commercial about Forefront Power. The biggest takeaway here is that we're really good at building and very experienced at constructing DSA projects. And even the ground mounted system that we'd be constructing out in replacement of the CPV project will be permitted through DSA. So that's what we do every single day. This is a timeline of events to get everyone up to speed. So we were approved for the parking lot queue project in August of 2022. What we were trying to do by really trying to get that one through the board approval process is capture a sunsetting solar rule called net energy metering. And we talked about that last time. Net energy metering is how exported solar generation is compensated by the utility. And that affected us as homeowners as well as the college. And that rule changed in April of 23. Before that happened, we submitted what's called the interconnection application for the parking lot queue system to Southern California Edison, grandfathering that project into net energy metering rules. Now, as we proceeded through that process, what we noticed was the project, the fixed tilt ground mounted project, we'll call it the blue system that we saw in the image prior, was not adequately interconnected to the grid. So SCE was going back and forth with Forefront Power and the college. We're trying to figure out how to get that system into NEM 2.0. Now, as we made our way through that process, I proposed this amendment to the existing approved solar contract to say, okay, if we have a sunsetting rule framework for a solar project that really juices the savings for the college, why not try to get as much capacity in there as possible? So that was really the impetus to say, okay, here's this alternative that we could pursue, which would be, let's remove the existing CPV project because it's vastly underproducing what it should be, and it's costing the college more to maintain really than what it's, than the benefit of that power that's being generated. And let's install a new project, and let's have that new project alongside parking lot queue exist within this legacy rule framework of net energy metering, and really try to maximize the savings to the college. So we updated that scope and did achieve net energy metering 2.0 for both parking lot queue, the previously installed system that cost $700,000 that John was talking about. That's also under NEM 2.0, which is great. And then the addition of the replacement of the CPV project and the installation of this fixed tilt ground mount system. So all of that is grandfathered currently under NEM 2.0. That gets me straight into the updated project scope. So Trustee Brady, I was talking about square footage in really hypothetical terms, but basically what we're trying to do is we're going to disconnect the remaining CPV project. So that fixed tilt system that you all installed, see if I can draw here. This project right here, I'm going to highlight in blue, is staying. Again, that's grandfathered under net energy metering 2.0. We'd uninstall the CPV project, the remaining portion of the CPV project, and then install that, additional fixed tilt ground mount that looks exactly like its system that you all replaced a couple of years ago. And the square footage of that is about half of the CPV project because of the growth and efficiency of solar modules of the last decade. And then additionally, we're going to ground down all of the concrete pads for the CPV project to allow for more space where I now understand is being utilized for truck driving courses. So that would extend that area. And then we'll also haul out and remove not only what we take out of the ground of the existing CPV, but also the remaining parts and components that are adjacent to the fence line currently. And then in its place, installed that fixed tilt ground mount. So financing, we discussed this last time, but this is at no cost to the district. This is through what's called a power purchase agreement. And the basic headline of the power purchase agreement is that Forefront Power, we finance the project. We monetize an investment tax credit that's available for tax-paying entities that the district would leave on the table. And then we build it, we operate it, and we maintain it. A big difference between what you have out there and what a power purchasing agreement enables is that we're providing all of the operations and maintenance because we own the system. So we want that to be producing at its utmost functionality at all times. So that is guaranteed performance in the contract. And then what the college sees is a fixed price for the energy that's being produced both by the system at parking lot Q and by this newly installed fixed tilt ground mount in the place of the CPV project. And it's an excellent way of hedging against the savings here that I'll talk about in a second are really based on SCE's rates going up. So it's an excellent way of hedging against rising utility rates that we've all been experiencing. So now with the installation of the new fixed tilt system alongside the parking lot Q system, we'd be offsetting with the college would be offsetting with just solar energy, approximately 97% of your bill. From a kilowatt hour perspective, that's not dollar for dollar. 97% of your kilowatt hours that you would be consuming would be coming from the solar projects on campus, which is pretty cool. Very close to net zero energy. And the 20-year savings, we had previously shown roughly $2.5 million. Those have more than doubled in terms of our projection because we're now providing more. Think of it as savings are synonymous with like avoided cost of what you'd be paying SCE. We're now more than doubling that projection. And that's the conclusion of the presentation. I hope that was informative and open for questions.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So what we replaced with the 700,000 from 2020,
Remains.
that remains.
Yep. And that's yours. We're not charging, Forefront Power is not taking advantage. We're not like plugging anything in to then sell you energy. That's yours. You paid for that. That's out of that's cash.
Now,
But are you gonna maintain it?
We can if you'd like to.
Or are we stuck
don't we
with
have a
that?
contract with the Apple Valley Company for
I
that?
think you may have signed that contract, but if you'd like us to wrap it in, we do operations and maintenance as
I
well.
fought against that.
Okay.
Well, we have some right outside here too.
Mhm.
We have other solar systems that are would not be.
So now your assumption of savings,
Mhm.
we play the numbers all the time.
Yep.
So if you put an assumption that the price of Edison is going up at a quicker rate than the savings, is that going to show a bigger savings spread?
Yes,
If you just use a higher assumption,
exactly.
just like on your chart.
Yeah, so I can circle this right
So,
here.
so go out. I can't see what year that would be. But what is a kilowatt today and what are you making the assumption a kilowatt will be at the end of that?
Yeah, so I can, and sorry, it's pretty small. That's too much. Oh, geez. So,
No pressure, Nate.
oh no,
Okay.
this is bad. So.
Undo.
It's the luck of the draw.
Yeah, what I was zooming in to show you, Trustee Brady, was that we've assumed an annual escalation rate for the volumetric energy portion of your bill at 2.7%. which is reflective of a 20-year look back of what SCE's done annually with just the energy component of your bill, and then a 5% annual escalation rate for your demand portion of your bill. And those two together are contributing to the $5.9 million of 20-year savings. If I were to say SCE, if we were to look back the last 3 years, we've seen annual escalation rates closer to 7, 8, 9%, depending on the specific rate tariff. If we were to just use a 3-year look back and we plugged in 8% for both of those, then that $5.9 million would obviously, triple. So those utility escalation rate assumptions are very conservative. They're mandated by SPUR, the Joint Powers Authority. So it's not just numbers that we're putting into a savings formatter.
So you can't juice up those numbers.
No, because the benefit of SPUR is it's really kind of like father-in-law looking over shoulder saying no, yes, checking work. And that's how we try to under promise savings because no one knows what's going to happen in 20 years.
What's that investment tax credit amount?
It's currently 30%.
No, but what's the amount of the investment tax credit that you're going to get?
Oh,
We're going to leave on the table.
Oh, 30%, a 30% coupon on the entire solar project.
Like, okay, so what's the total?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can absolutely provide that information to John. Let you know.
So all I know is that we got an addendum this week. It was just the agreement. At least I started to go through it. We didn't see.
Yeah. Gotcha. I'm trying to pull that back up, but you can continue to ask questions.
No, I was just curious. I personally like to go down there.
For what purpose, Joe?
Just to kind of see, Trustee Tarpley, we had quite an argument there, and if you. And
Well, I remember.
If you remember, a couple of months later, there was kind of an admonition that maybe we didn't know what we didn't know. So what John was saying before, it's like being at a college and those people don't know what the numbers are. Well, we didn't know what the numbers were. And so now I think we're metering the buildings to find out. So the argument was good from that standpoint, and that hopefully we become better. But I'd like to go down there and just.
Any of you could come and John or
By any
Kevin.
time, Kevin could take you.
In the gator.
I will say this, is there
Colin
anybody
Sixmont, yeah.
in this room that got a decrease this last month for medicine on your bill?
Oh, no.
That's funny.
I've lived here 35 years and I hit my highest bill yesterday ever, and we have no kids.
Well,
I don't know people.
that's why the 13.5 cents for 20 years is a pretty attractive number.
Okay, so, well, wait.
We got.
He didn't ask. He said we're gonna have that. So what you're saying,
They paid for it. Say what you said again.
okay, John, explain, because this nice young man, so we're gonna be locked in 13.5 cents. Is that right? For 20 years?
The PPA rate that was approved last year for just parking lot Q was 15.25 cents. And this PPA rate with the addition of the removal of the CPV and the installation of the fixed tilt ground mount is 16.25 cents.
So it's not, okay.
So it's an additional penny. And what that penny is doing is compensating for the removal, decommissioning of the CPV project and the installation of the additional 1 megawatt fixed tilt system.
And
But couldn't the tax credit help that too?
Absolutely. Yeah.
But we're leaving that on the table.
No,
We can't really use it, right?
completely. So how it translates, Trustee Brady, is that Forefront Power takes advantage of that. And then it allows us, by taking advantage of the 26% coupon, allows us to offer the college the lowest possible PPA rate. So in a roundabout way, the college is taking advantage of that 30% coupon, right? By allowing Forefront Power to finance it and then offer the college a PPA rate.
the 16 cents would be only for the power the panels generate that you're installing, or
Correct.
all the panels?
Just the new fixed tilt ground mount in the place of the CPV project and the parking lot Q canopy
The
project.
way I understood this amendment was that it was so good to be true that it would include the old stuff and the new stuff at the same rate. So
Joe,
it
can
does-
I get Joe,
I'm sorry.
I know this stuff excites you.
I like to save money, Brendan.
Well, I know I do too, but I want,
It's a
I
public.
want an answer to my question, you cut them off in the middle of. So 15 cents, 16 cents.
Correct.
If we approve this, are we now paying 16 cents for the parking lot queue power and
Correct.
the
So it
field
increased
power?
Correct.
the initial bid.
Or 15
Yes.
cents for the parking lot queue and 16 cents for the field?
Think about it as a combined system, trustee Wood. So it's the parking lot queue and the new fixed tilt ground mount is at 16 cents.
Right, I mean,
Yep.
it's,
And
just want
then,
to be clear, are we paying two different prices? Do we
No.
keep the same rate that we agreed upon for Q? And so it's raising it 1 penny for the entire system.
yep, and you're essentially financing within that penny, the removal of the CPV
Right,
project.
I mean, I understand why.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear about it. And your projection is that even in the first year, once this goes live,
Mhm.
we're going to recognize at least a small savings
Correct.
even in the first year.
Correct. Yep. And that's reflective of economics into like SCE today. You know, once the project is actually energized, that, SCE could have raised the rates, more. So hopefully that, the meager year one savings is conservative as well.
And even though we have not yet contracted for the field,
Mhm.
you've got that grandfathered in.
Correct. Everything is under NEM 2.0. This entire analysis is predicated on that assumption.
Perfect, thank you. That answered my question. Back to Joe.
No, I was gonna say, Brandon, it was a brilliant question because I think if he clarified. And well, I just had a conversation with my wife this morning about why we didn't go with Sunrun 4 years ago
Mhm.
and put panels on the roof
Mhm.
after you get these bills. I don't know if I'm totally satisfied. Okay,
Mhm.
I'd like to see this analysis.
Mhm.
All I saw was an agreement that said nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. We can,
So how anybody in this board could approve an agreement that said
We
nothing.
were planning on having.
But John, the problem is that some of us at my age, I can't even see those numbers. So I'd like to see it
Mhm.
and then, either walk down there or take a look. I think it's hard for a trustee to make a snap decision. We then get some good questions. We get even more clarity and maybe a little bit more confusion.
Now that it's not on the agenda to
This
vote
is
for.
the president's report. This
Yeah.
is our. preview.
This is just a presentation. If the board is favorable, we can put it on next month's agenda to an actual vote. But it's not on the agenda this month, other than proposing, making the proposal. So that's it.
So when do we have to decide if it goes on next month? Tonight?
Right now.
Well,
I mean, we're not.
I mean,
really
I'm
just
listening to the
chatting
discussion. I'm
this
just
right
listening.
now about if we
I
want to
can't
do
poll
this.
you all in between both meetings. That's not legal. So I just have to listen to you. And if it sounds favorable, what I'm hearing,
Consensus of
then I'll
our-
put it on the agenda.
Well, in your analysis, I'd also like to, I understand tax credits.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. And at one time, it drove a lot of investment in our country,
Yep.
40 years ago,
Yep.
Bought citrus trees that had tax investment, we lost money. If you could also explain to us at the end of the day what that tax credit looks like, I think it's important.
Yeah, no
It's
problem.
important to you. I know you guys are financing it.
Mhm.
And at what, and when you say financing, what kind of financing rate are you looking at? What's your?
I-
internal
I
dollar?
I don't, unfortunately, trustee Brady, know that off the top of my head, but I
Would you
can,
include that in your proposal?
yeah, absolutely. And I can describe how we finance the projects as well.
Are we
Yeah,
clear
so-
though what he's asking for? He's wanting to see this
Yes,
where he can see it.
yeah, cash
And-
flows.
And then the total tax credit and then what the financing cost is.
Yeah.
And I would say to the board right now that it'd be nice if the board could do a field trip or, go down there 45 minutes for a board meeting. But if not, we can't do that. Maybe put it off until October. So some of us have traveling to do and
I just don't understand the point of going there.
I just want to go through.
You can go down there anytime. It's like right off.
I
the
mean, do we
road.
have to go together? or can we
No,
just
no,
go
I just,
individually?
John will take you right now.
I owe you something anyway.
I've been down there.
John will take you right now. We'll wait.
And like,
Another question. Why, if that's only gonna get us to 97,
Mhm.
why do we not fill the entire square footage
like add a couple more panels.
Right, why don't we fill the entire square footage?
But don't we
Right, I
have
mean-
other solar projects that are generating a little bit of
Yeah, and
something, right?
it
Well, he's
is,
saying it's
So
gonna-
3% out of the others, let's just call it a wash.
No,
And
he's
stop
saying the
talking about solar.
total solar production will be 97. And nobody
That's
ever
that's total
uses
for him.
less power next year than they did the year
Mhm.
before, right? Like, I mean, this is my experience personally. I put Tesla solar on my house.
Mhm.
I ordered their extra large system. It was the biggest one, 48 panels. They told me you don't need that many, you need like 12.
yep,
I said, no, 12 is good, 48's better, put 48 on my house. I have 48 panels on my house. The 17 kilovolt
Mhm.
panels, right? My power bill is now negative 500 and something dollars per month.
yeah, so it's a great point.
For a $38,000 system. I've got a negative $500 a month power bill.
Mhm,
So some people would look and say, well, you should have just got the 12.
mhm.
I don't care because I go and I set my AC at 67. And then
He's wearing a parka.
Right? and I leave and my power bill is negative $500. There's nothing I can do to even hit zero.
Mhm.
So in my mind, if you're gonna go in on something like that, maybe not quite a 200% offset,
Mhm.
but why would we be shooting for 97%? Why are we not going like 110, 120? We have a huge new building coming online down there, the conference center, the sports complex,
Mhm.
right? And as
Student
soon as-
housing.
Right, student
That's true.
housing opens, boom, all of a sudden the 97% is now 82%, 89%. Why are we not just filling all the square footage while we're in it? And I get what the 2.0 is. I get that. That's how much you can run over and not potentially have Edison stealing the power that we produce,
Mhm.
putting it out into the grid, turning around and selling it to the residents of Spring Valley Lake at a high rate, and then at night, when we turn our lights on, not crediting us back. I understand what the difference is between the new agreement and the old agreement.
Mhm.
We definitely want to be grandfathered in on that. Why don't we-
I get
why
what
don't
you're
we-
saying.
Why don't we fill
Yeah.
the whole field?
So, yeah, so I can comment 2 points there. So the first is that we're not allowed legally from the California Public Utilities Commission to submit an interconnection application for a solar project that is above and beyond the last 12 months of your volumetric kilowatt hour consumption. So what we're really trying to go for is somewhere between 95 and 100% offset, which is what we're achieving here. Those rules might be different for residential solar. I'm not totally sure, but I know for a fact that what SCE is trying to avoid is us interconnecting a system that's proposed to offset 200%.
Right.
Yeah, just for a
And they're
hypothetical.
writing us a check.
And then they're gonna have to be paying the district for the energy that you're producing at the full retail rate. They would never
We have a
allow
lot
that
of
to happen.
But is there a provision? So up here,
Mhm.
you travel around doing the solar thing.
Yes, absolutely.
So if you're down in the LA basin, they have the same rules.
Mhm.
It's like 110%. And if you tell them that you're potentially buying an electric vehicle in the next 6
Mhm.
months, they'll let you go to like 130. They're very restricted. In the high desert, no restrictions.
Mhm.
If you want to pay for it, you can buy it, you can put it on your house. So that's how I got away with
Yeah.
going so big. There's no restrictions for residential up here. But in residential, even in the restricted areas, you could say, hey, here's our current bill, but we have these things
Mhm.
coming, right? Like you could tell them. we're
Load
installing a
justification,
swimming pool.
yeah.
We're buying an electric vehicle and they give you a little more of a percentage. Is it possible to show to the commission that we have these new buildings coming? I mean, the construction's
Mhm.
underway, that we have these new buildings and get an increase in the percentage based upon concrete that's already poured and structures that are already being built.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Trustee Wood, and I'm thinking about it in real time. So we submitted an interconnection application with that fixed tilt. The we'll call it the $700,000 fixed tilt and then parking lot Q under NEM 2.0. And we're not able to upsize that interconnection application, the utilities hard line in the sand, you cannot go over and be on NEM 2. We can go a little bit under, but that doesn't necessarily apply to the situation. So what I'm thinking is we could do some sort of version of this project where we do build additional capacity, but that additional capacity, and this is approved by by SE and the CPUC, would be non-export. So we can say we're going to have a new gym, a new building, and that's going to increase our consumption by 25%. And we can install an additional 25% onto this system in, to take up the remaining CPV portion of the project. And maybe, those kilowatt hours, that portion of the system is non-export. So you're not getting the value of sending energy back to the grid and SCE paying you the retail rate for that exported generation.
But it'll
So
take
that-
us to zero.
But yeah, it would take you to more than zero. It would be, the utility is going to allow, they just don't want to pay the college money for energy that you produced. That's why net energy metering 2.0 was such a contentious issue. If we install a portion of the system that's quote unquote non-export, that's not flowing back into SCE's wires, but it's just flowing into the college's wires, they really don't care.
So then do we have to look at something to hold, or like a battery pack to store that power that we're creating,
Yeah.
that we're not sending to Edison?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Right.
battery storage is a good
And what's the
opportunity
cost
as
on that?
well. And I could, we could prepare an additional presentation where we have both of those scenarios.
I mean, I think you have enough information to have go forward for next month. I think it's a good idea to go bigger and better so that we don't ever have to talk about this again as a board.
So this, though, we can do, then there's not really much sense in talking about the bigger, because the portion that you've grandfathered in is basically.
Is that, yeah,
Is capped.
correct.
So
Oh,
we
you
should-
can't go back and revise?
No.
So we should get through this
Mhm.
and then deal with the other later.
And you can,
Because Jen
yeah.
loves, she wants you here at every meeting. Jen does.
you can install additional capacity
Just
in
talk about
non-export.
solar,
Yeah.
Get Joe going.
Well, you know what, guys, my question is, I can't pronounce her company's name. I never have. Okay.
They just spelled
So-
economy wrong, Joe.
So trustee Tarpley, I mean, we battled about having this person come. She finally came here. What has she said about this system? And about the costs and the numbers?
What she said.
No,
I
no,
talked-
but
I did
has she
talk to-
looked at this analysis? She's in the business. She could have sold to us.
I didn't know, I did ask her.
No, but could we ask her?
Yeah, I did ask her. She said that it's not her area and she wasn't able to be expert enough to comment on it. Because I asked her, not about this one, but about the first go around that we passed last year.
Yep.
Because I wanted her, I was just trying to see, to test more waters before we, brought it to you for a vote. But she said, I sent it all to her, the whole proposal, everything, and she kept it. And she said, well, she had it for a while because she was trying to get different ones of her friends to look at it. And her final thing to me was, I'm sorry, I just don't have the expertise to comment on this.
But she's looking at all of our existing buildings.
Yeah, she's doing work for us.
So that we could, so what the challenge was for the public is we did not know what these buildings were consuming when we had this battle 2 years ago amongst our board. And I was concerned as a private sector person that at BBC, we should know what these buildings are using in the way of energy. And so now we at least are getting towards that point where we start to understand. So trustee Tarpley, that was the issue that I had a hard time understanding, that an educational institution didn't understand something like that. So
So the highlights are no money out of our pocket for this project. Yes?
Yes.
And getting us to 97.
It goes up 1 cent per kilowatt,
Fixed rate for 20 years.
right?
Fixed rate
Goes
for
up
20 years.
1 cent to add this additional panel. Yes?
Correct.
With that, I would say that I'm in favor of adding this to the agenda and approving this at next month's board meeting. I would go more.
trustee Wood, I'd request that we do it in October.
Doesn't make any sense to me to wait.
Right.
What are we waiting for?
Probably because I'm not gonna be here.
Well, we potentially get it approved, we could go to DSA earlier with this one.
Yeah, the entire, I mean, a month is,
Because lot Q is gonna take some timing. We're gonna have to, the construction's gonna have to happen in the summer when there's no. A lot of cars parked in the parking lot while they're building overhead parking. Out the back 40. We can go and blow anytime as far as construction. So that will probably be.
Did you just say go?
Yes,
and
he
blow?
did.
Yeah, construction.
Yeah,
But-
quite.
That's what we used to use in the subdivision business, was blow and go.
But that's the only issue is that we're not restricted to the time of year back there in the back 40.
So what do you say? Are you saying you don't care if it's next month or if it's October?
Well, for DSA approval, it would have to
Right.
be more
As soon as we
timely
get it
than
approved,
October.
Faster we're gonna get.
Right, I mean, once
It's
we
okay.
say yes, it seems to take forever, not because of you, but the process. So I would approve this tonight.
Well, SCE.
No money out of pocket, more, it gets us to 97 at least currently. I would be a fan of going bigger even. To get off of the
grid.
get off the grid, right?
Trustee Wood, I think we all appreciate your story and we would all want to go bigger, but the PUC doesn't really care about the college nor the people in California. I mean, they've been, screwing us to the wall for years. And I'm personally tired of it. So when you say to me, well, the PUC won't do this, why won't they do it? I mean, why won't they allow us to do what you just said would be a good option?
Mhm.
Can you explain to us why?
Because they don't want they don't want homeowners, they don't want, schools, anyone, any source of generation that's not theirs to make money from them.
Oh
So
my God.
that's the bottom line, unfortunately.
I want you to say it publicly.
Yeah.
So we all heard it.
Money.
No,
Yeah, because I installed solar and after I signed my contract, they reduced by a huge amount the amount that they're paying for
exactly.
when I sell to the grid.
Right,
They're
that's
giving me
be-
like pennies on the
because
dollar.
You're on the 2.0, that's why.
They're charging me, when I use the grid, they
Not
charge me
really.
way up there, but when I sell to the grid, they give me a few little cents.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that
They
was that net
buy
energy
like-
metering
like
transition.
5
Yeah,
cents and
exactly.
they sell it at 13 or
That's
17.
why I bought a battery that I
Okay.
store. It gets me through
Mhm.
till bedtime anyway.
Right,
Well, all the utilities have huge fixed costs. They gotta get some money from somewhere. So-
And they will they spend like drunken sailors because there's no accountability to it.
Exactly.
Well, they have a monopoly.
right.
I mean, we see it in
They
Dennis.
drag their feet on their application for what, a year?
Yeah.
I'm sure
They
Dennis,
don't wanna see us.
saw it down in Arizona, trying to build a house down there, and all of a sudden they nailed the people with solar like 7 years ago. Oh, you put solar on, but we're nail you for $100 a month or whatever, just as a surcharge.
Right.
Installation charge. Yeah.
Connection.
Government, utilities.
Yes.
yeah.
Gotta
I
get
mean,
their,
additionally, we save this maintenance.
Right,
It could be upwards of 8,000 a month to maintain that existing building.
So you're gonna send all that information back,
Absolutely. Yeah.
and if they have the votes, they got the votes. I'm gonna vote when I get a chance to get down there, and if I get down there, I get down there. If I don't, I don't.
I can provide everything.
I just have a time frame scheduled that it's real tough.
Well, if you get it to
Understood.
me or send it to John, whatever, he'll get it to me, I'll get it to Joe.
I'd like to
Well, I'll
see it
send
on
it, of course,
next
to the
month's
whole
agenda.
board. Because,
I just have a time factor.
I know, but Joe, I mean, I'd like to see it on next month's agenda. You'd like to see it on
I
October.
may not be there
We
next
have
month,
equal
but
footing.
I didn't want to say publicly, I may not be in town next month.
I understand, and
That's
that's
the reason I
absolutely
asked. to
fine.
put-
That's absolutely
we
fine.
said it publicly.
Well,
well,
But I want to say publicly, I'd like to
So,
see it on next.
Dan
month's
needs to know if we're interested in seeing it. So I'm saying I'm interested in seeing it. I'm ready to go next month. Jennifer's interested, Sharon,
I'm ready
Joe,
to
you're
go.
interested in October.
no,
Dennis,
Brandon, I'm interested in as soon as I can get there. I may not be in town,
well, no, I said you're interested in October.
so no, well,
Okay, Joe's not interested, or maybe he's interested. Dan needs direction. He's asked us for direction,
Look at it
Give
for
them
next
direction.
month. Let's see it for next month.
there we go.
I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, public, for an elongated
You don't-
discourse, but I appreciate all of the questions. Thank you.
We're sorry.
Everyone in the room knows it was all your fault.
He's like, "False, buddy."
You know, when you're dealing with public money, you gotta ask a lot of questions,
No, I agree. You gotta ask the good questions.
not a rubber stamp board.
Nate, you can have one brownie, brownie.
He's all, but I am on my way out, just so you know.
You can have some of Dennis's brownies. He hasn't touched them yet.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat them.
Oh, my God.
You know, it's like,
All right.
thank you.
I don't even ask for it.
It's like, screw you guys and your
Better
soul.
show up.
Okay, so
I don't
next
even
thing
ask
on my report is the ASB report. Or goals, sorry. ASB goals.
Here.
We sure do.
So ASB has started on our master goal plan. I'm hoping to get that done in the next couple of weeks, but we've been able to take all 12 goals and section it into 4 categories: enhanced communications, facilities improvements, expanded student learning opportunities, and improved administrative processes. And I do have updates on 2 goals. Goal number 7, the planetarium. It is currently being worked on. Look forward to updates on that in future committee meetings. And ASB is hoping to have a meeting there when it finally opens. Goal number 2, we're hoping to get on the academic senate's agenda in September. That's all. Thank you.
All right. John. We have John's been on vacation and I just saw him a little bit before board meeting, so is there a facilities report? Okay. I know we deal with some facilities issues later on in the agenda. All right, Kirsten, here she comes.
You never thought you'd get there, huh?
Good evening. So. Good evening. As part of our scholarship process, we request our recipients write thank you cards to the donors. And if you go into my office right now, you'll see a box with probably close to 300 thank you cards. But I did want to share just a couple of them with you because you might be interested in hearing what they have to say and how it impacts their life. So this is from Jacob Kleinsmith. And this was for the High Desert Opportunity Legacy Scholarship before HGO dissolved and disbanded and gave us, the rest. And he wrote, as a lifetime resident of the High Desert, 3rd generation, VVC and Apple Valley High School graduate, I'm grateful that programs and awards like yours helps to keep and create skilled individuals to make the desert a better place and to help to place these talented people in respectable jobs. And his grandfather was actually part of the art department originally. Yes, he was. Yes.
What was the last name?
Kleinsmith.
Yeah.
Yes, so I thought that was very nice. And then I have a card. This is for Victorville Rotary gives us money as well every year. And this is from Holly Vance. Thank you so much for your kind donation. I'm so thankful and honored to be awarded the Williams Kroenke Business Scholarship. This scholarship is important to me because it will help me pay for books and school supplies. This award will allow me to focus mainly on school and to put my best efforts towards my studies. I am committed to working hard, learning a lot, and earning the highest grades possible. I appreciate your generous donation and investment in my education. Thank you so much. Sincerely, Holly Vance. And if I may just indulge in one more.
He had a big
Kroenke?
name here.
Yes, he did.
I
Yeah.
remember when you
absolutely.
saw him, you listened to what he said.
Yeah. If I may indulge in just one more, please. And then this is for the Finish Line, the community college from the Foundation of Community Colleges up in Sacramento. Thank you so much for your gracious scholarship award. Being awarded the Finish Line Scholarship is bittersweet. It symbolizes one door is closing, but so many more are opening. I am starting the VVC nursing program this fall, and I can't wait to make you proud of your investment in not only the education, but me as well. Warm regards. So these are the types of communications we get. Anyone, if you want a feel good moment, come into my office and read some of these and you can see how it impacts their lives. And then your recipient, Joe, actually dropped hers off today. Oh.
Nice. Good call.
So, thank you.
So,
Oh, wait, you gotta read it out loud.
what?
This thank you card.
I would like to, because.
Yeah, you got to.
My brother John and I took out a scholarship in behalf of my great mother where I got my tenacity from. It's to the Mary R. Brady Memorial Scholarship. Thank you for your generosity in awarding me the scholarship. This opportunity has opened up another door and unlocked new confidence to pursue my education passions to their full extent. The brightest blessing, and this person has a signature worse than mine. So whoever it was, I appreciate it. I do want to share one thing. We gave the money to, I think, to the music, right? I've got some proud I want to say. The lady died this last year. My mother taught Tina Turner how to play piano.
Right.
And after my mother died, my mother was a concert pianist, and she trained a lot of kids to play nationally, and she didn't really charge them. And my two younger brothers were living at home. My parents were separated. And my mom picked up my brothers one day and said, I got a phone call from this lady. And she kept reminding me during the conversation that her name was Tina Turner. And my mother said to her, I don't know who you are. So my mom taught her how to play a piano. We knew that there was a close relationship, and she would talk about it. Well, after my mom died and we went through her house, what do you think we found? 4 postcards from Tina Turner that I have at home today on special messages to my mother. So there's probably more coming, Kirsten, in behalf of my mother's name. I think something might be towards the end here. So.
That's so sweet.
So the last item tonight, are just my comments. This just came to me today. Was it today or yesterday? Today. And it's from Richard, who's sitting right there, but I was just recently schooled that we cannot put people up that aren't on the agenda. So I told him that I'd have him come up at another board meeting. So I said, I do have an agenda item that says president's comments. So this is so I'm not violating the Brown Act here.
See, I told you if we can make it happen, we're gonna do it.
So here we go. Otherwise, I'd be letting Richard talk to you guys. But anyway, here we go. He said, Dr. Walden, I am pleased to report that Victor Valley College is now an approved school with the California State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology.
Oh, wow.
You are authorized to teach the following courses: cosmetology, 1,000 hours. Barbering, 1,000 hours.
Wow.
Esthetician, 600 hours. Manicuring, 400 hours. Hairstylist, 600 hours. Our cosmetology program will launch fall 2023 with Cosmo O100, the required health and safety class for our cosmetology students. Students will start in-person instruction with Cosmo 101 the second 8 weeks of fall 2023. There will be a morning cohort Monday through Friday, 8 to 1:50, and an afternoon cohort Monday through Friday, 2:30 to 9:20. We also plan to launch the barber crossover program for currently licensed cosmetologists August 28th with Cosmo 0205 the first 8 weeks and Cosmo 0206 the second 8 weeks. Barber crossover 1 cohort will run on Saturday from 8 to 4:20 p.m. with a 40-minute lunch. The manicuring program will launch spring 2023 with morning and afternoon cohorts. Registration for Cosmo 0100 and Cosmo 0205 will open August 16th at 9 a.m. And I believe I understood we have like 300, trying to 200 of 500.
Whoa.
1,600 trying to get in.
No kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Okay,
figured it would be sold out the second
so
it opened.
this program, I will just say, is a non-credit program. There are student fees involved, which we ran through the ASB. So that they could, they weren't able to vote on them, and we weren't asking them to vote on them, but we wanted their feedback. And so we did take it to them, and you guys will be voting on the fees, the student fees, which are quite high. for cosmetology because they get to when they get to take their scissors and their equipment with them whenever they are done with the program. But this is really exciting. I believe you're gonna have to help me because I just approved the budgets on this stuff. But I believe we were looking at about how many FTS about for this whole program, was it 500? You have it? 500 or so FTS the first year.
Wow.
So we just turned in 10,540 FTES to the state for the 22-23 year, which puts us into the middle college category and at a growth of 27.2% of growth that we had in FTS this last year.
That's incredible.
But I will tell you this, that all the non-credit programs that we're starting this right now that are coming online this year, we expect to generate on the conservative side, somewhere between 900 and 1,100 FTES this next year. I was just going to give you just the cosmetology numbers, but did you get it?
We're fully operational.
About 500 when everything's on
No, 5
Line.
minutes.
Huh?
Said 5 minutes, right?
500.
500 FTS. So
They said I.
that was that's some fantastic news, isn't that great?
That's great.
Amazing.
That's incredible.
Dr. Walden. Richard, just an FYI, I was having lunch with one of my fellow competitors recently, and we were talking about the market. So the market right now is in a real state of flux and it's really challenged. And this person said, are you getting a lot of calls from people that are looking for barbershops and stuff? And I said, yeah, all of a sudden. We had, I don't know if anybody's ever seen that barbershop in the mall down near Penny's. Well, through one of our competitors, we did a lease with that company. I asked them why they didn't have a big sign out there. They said, we don't need a big sign.
No,
Right.
they
The
have
one-
such a long wait list.
The one advice I would just say publicly is the people that call us, they're very well intentioned, but they're not ready to open up a facility because they don't know how to get there. And it maybe if there was a separate class to talk about, you know, how do you prepare a business plan? How do you ask mom and dad for some money? How do you negotiate with the landlord? Because I can't tell you how many people we've turned down the last 5 years that were all good intentioned. They all want to be an entrepreneur, but the landlord said, you know, you don't have any money, you don't really have any credit, and can mom and dad sign on a deal? And they say no. But I really see it as a real opportunity for you. Just we deal with it all the time. We lease. So that's I think the college is onto something great again. What's that? Is that like a for that? Oh, I
I knew
thought
what
that.
you just said.
No, I didn't know if that was the username to your social security number. What? I couldn't get that down. I was gonna say, Tim, did you record that?
So anyway, all of the non-credit programs, Richard is a director of non-credit. And he's the one that has built, has been the leader. There's been a lot of people involved in building all this. So nothing is done by one person. But he's been leading the charge and bringing the forklift program, the OSHA program, the truck driving program, this cosmetology program, and then there's several others that we have. Help me with some of them, Mackenzie.
Medical.
Yeah.
National shortage.
Yeah, and we're doing low voltage programs, and then we're also get into older adult programs and health programs that these are all, there's a variety of different non-credit fields that focusing on specifically some vocational, but we are also branching out and expanding that as well as our ESL. We're applying for ESL grant to secure funds to create a non-credit ESL specific medical pathway. So
Cool.
So non-credit is growing in a variety.
Good. Wonderful. Thank you. That's it. Academic Senate. I don't think they're AFT part-time. They're here. There she is.
President of AFT. I just want to thank the board for their consideration of approving our contract this evening. It's been a long road for us and the district, the negotiating team, so we're looking forward to completing the process this evening. So on behalf of the part-time faculty, we thank you for your consideration, and Dr. Walden, thank you for your support.
Thank you for your nice comment.
Dorothy Reyna, Vice President of AFT Part-Time Faculty Union. And I also want to add my gratitude on behalf of all of the faculty that we represent. What I'm really happy and pleased is that we are finally on a pathway to offering our part-time faculty some health benefits. And so that is really going to be a game changer for many people. So again, and echoing what April said, thank you very much for allowing this to happen finally.
Thanks for the nice comments. We appreciate it.
ASP,
I've said everything I've needed to
you
say.
said everything you need to say.
Thank you.
Okay. CSCA.
Good evening. I have nice comments tonight too.
Thank you for making nice comments tonight.
We intend to be here, whether it's good times or bad times from now on, just so you know, that is the plan. So with that being said, I have a couple things to report to you tonight. First, our contract has completed CSEA's 610 legal review process. So next week, we'll have our required informational meetings during lunchtime. That way the members can ask any questions that they have prior to us voting, which will take place on Friday, the 18th. If all goes as planned, you will hopefully see the contract on the September agenda for your approval. In the last month, the district has hired 4 new classified employees, 2 administrative secretary twos, 1 for the non-credit program, and 1 at the Regional Public Safety Center, and also 2 CDC permit teachers. And there are several other ones in recruitment, and we are happy about that. Lastly, I've asked our departments to give me things that are happening that I can report back to you. So for this month, I have the outreach department, which includes our college recruiter, Loretta Amaro, and the administrative secretary to Eva Waller, who are both working hard with Director Michael Edwards to prepare for the next one and done full matriculation event, which will happen on Thursday, August 10th from 1 to 4 p.m. in the One Stop Center. In addition, the outreach department is also working on the grand opening of the new Outreach Welcome Center scheduled for Wednesday, September 20th. I'm sure they'll be sending out formal invitations, but in the meantime, save that date in case you're able to attend so you can see our classified staff in action. This is just one of the examples of the many ways that classified staff are working hard to support students. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Want a technology break?
The technology break.
Can we want to finish this part though?
Okay, let's finish it. Okay.
The CTA, I don't think they're here.
CTA, not here.
Management,
Management.
we have a Mason, okay. How work?
Hello?
Oh,
All right.
So I'm Mason, I'm the director of CalWorks. I'm just here to share some updates on my program. I'll try to make it short and sweet as possible. Okay, CalWorks, helping CalWorks families build a brighter future. So let me explain to you what CalWorks is. If you are financially challenged and you have a family, you can go down to the county of San Bernardino and apply for assistance, cash aid. That assistance is referred to as CalWorks, which stands for California Work Opportunity and Responsibility to Kids. Next slide, Tim. So I'm not going to read everything from the slide. I'm just going to paraphrase it for you. So it's a state-funded program to help families that are struggling get assistance and get on their feet. But when you receive CalWorks, you don't just get money and get to sit at home. You have to engage in an activity. And so one of the main activities CalWorks recipients or customers choose is school. So if you're a CalWorks customer, you come to Victor Valley College, you're eligible to receive additional support. Next slide, Tim. So some of the benefits of CalWorks is you get exclusive counseling services. So you don't have to wait in the long lines for counselors. We do have plenty of counselors on staff, but we want to make sure that's not a barrier for CalWorks students who are already an at-risk population. We also support with basic needs. So we help pay for our students' gas, and we provide incentives for them to engage with the campus. We also help with their school supplies, cap and gown. If there's an expensive book or multiple books that's out of their budget, or if the county is process heavy and it takes them too long for them to get the book, we'll pay for it up front so that they get back to class and get back to work. Next slide. We also have a work study program. In this work study program, you can build your resume, engage in mock interviews, learn how to job search, and we'll actually place you in various jobs on campus or off campus so that you can get work experience to build you as a professional or get experience that aligns with your educational discipline. So we're trying to build you up so that you can find a career, become self-sufficient, take care of you and your own. We also have workshops that range from time management, balancing school and family life, note-taking, credit building, parenting workshops. We actually have a parenting club. So like I said before, CalWorks is for students with families. So you have to have a child or be pregnant in your second or third trimester. So we try to create a community for parents to kind of come together and just either share parenting tips or just do things together like yoga, something to just kind of take their mind off the daily routine of being a parent. And we also have registration and graduation workshops. Next slide, Tim. I'm almost done. Okay, here's our CalWorks annual unduplicated count for the last 5 years. So before COVID, we were at 293 students. Then COVID started and we dropped to 178. At the peak of COVID, we're at 162. This last June 30th, when we finished, we had 315 CalWorks students. So our goal for next year is 550. Do I stop?
Keep going.
Keep
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was a point in last year that our campus had more than double of all the campuses in our region when it came to CalWorks students. Last year, the same time, we had 84 CalWorks students in our program. This year, we haven't even hit fall, we're at 160. So our goal is to hit 550, and like Mr. Pinkerton said, keep pushing the gas pedal so we can build our program and provide this at-risk population with the additional support. Next slide. So I'm just gonna share some reasons for our success, and I'm gonna get out your way and let you guys continue your meeting. So the number one reason why the CalWorks department is successful is our team. So we have a classified staff member, Tracy Downey. She's our administrative secretary. She's super dependable. She adds structure to our program. She's reliable. She always shows up 10 minutes early, and she's one of my favorite people. And then we have a new addition, Tiffany Scott. She's our placement specialist. She used to work for the county, and she's very creative and in event planning, and she adds a lot of color to the things that we do. And then we have Magali Trujillo. She's our CalWorks counselor. She's very detailed, and she's working on her doctorate degree. So if we have any type of mental health initiatives going on campus, she might be able to support in a greater capacity. Same thing for Christian Ramsey. He's a CalWorks counselor. He's very resilient. Whenever I need him to see a student on the fly, he raises his hand, he jumps to it. And he's going to be a future doctor as well. Also, sorry, let me take a deep breath. Another reason for success is that we have higher brand recognition at the county. So we purchase VVC swag, but we purchase items that are useful to the county workers to make it easier for them to do their job. As a result of that, in the county offices, you see the VVC brand on a lot of items on their desk, on their walls, so it creates brand recognition for their customers.
I like it.
In addition to that, we have it set up to where our CCC apply applications are scanned, and if you input certain information, your information is directed to the CalWorks department, and we reach out to you to tell you about the benefits of our program. And then last but not least, one of the biggest competitive advantages Victor Valley College has had is that we return back to face first from COVID. So as a result of that, we've had a competitive advantage as far as recapturing our students. So that's the reason why, well, amongst other things, those are the main reasons why our CalWorks program has been successful and it's been growing at a much faster rate than even I expected. And any questions?
Why do you think it's growing so fast? Because obviously you saw what happened in COVID.
Yeah.
You got a pretty serious spike there. What?
So like I said, number one, the brand recognition in the county. Because when you're a customer and you're trying to survive and trying to either just deal with your workers so you can, get your benefit and go out and try to figure out your situation. So when you're sitting at the desk and you start seeing Victor Valley College logos, and then all the workers have a list of our degrees and certificates. So when you start seeing a potential option, and then the workers actually have tools to engage in dialogue and get these customers to and pick a certain activity, it creates interest. And so the county's objective is to get the CalWorks customer to engage in activities that will help them take charge of their life. We provided them with the tools necessary to do so, but now we also provided them with the recognition for the customer to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I can do this. In addition to that, when they call and ask questions about CalWorks, I make sure they're taken care of. So it's not just, oh, blah, 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 send me form A, blah, and hang up. I tell them, hey, this is what you need to do. I want to email you. If you have questions, come to the one-stop center. If you can't find where our department's at, go to the center, ask for CalWorks, ask for Mason. Here's my extension, call me back.
So Mason?
Yes, sir.
The short answer to trustee Brady's question is why is this growing so fast? It's because of Mason Blanche.
So we see the social, we track all the money that comes in the valley here. Okay, towards programs like that.
Okay.
And one welfare, because it tells you if you have a healthy economy.
Yeah.
How long can people stay on CalWorks?
So up until recently, you could stay on CalWorks for 48 months. You as a parent, but your children can be aided indefinitely. However, so let me rewind back. The federal government says you can receive 60 months of CalWorks. California said, we're only going to give you 48. And otherwise, you got to figure something out or go to another state. Well, California changed that to say, we're going to give you the full 60 months that the federal government has authorized. So as a person, you can be aided only 60 months, but your children can be aided indefinitely. And once your children turn 18, if you have no other dependents, you lose CalWorks eligibility. So you have to get it together within those 60 months to get the additional support, or get it together before your kids turn 18 because you're going to be out of luck.
So you could have a child that's on CalWorks for 18 years.
18 years, yes. Because the objective is to help the children. Although we want to support the parents and transition them to a better way of living, if there are factors that prevent that from happening, we want to make sure that the children are at least taken care of to a certain degree. Well, that's why even if the parent is not aided, the child still receives the support. So if you're a parent, and I'm just going to throw some generic numbers, with like 4 or 5 kids, you might get $1,200 a month. It's not a lot of money. But if you timed out, that $1,200 may go to $900. So now you have to figure out that deficit of income and how you're going to survive and take care of your children. Yeah, let me just put this out there. CalWorks families do not receive a lot of money. And I know there's the stigmas amongst people who receive aid that, they just get this money and kick back and play Xbox and play and eat cereal and this like that. No, you get less than what you need to survive. And then you're expected to have the mindset to dig yourself out of a hole where you didn't have the community to help build you to get out of that hole. So this is what we try to provide to the students. Any other questions? Yeah.
Is that everything? Are you done?
Yeah,
That was it. Okay, let's take a break. Okay, let's take a 10-minute technology break. I think.
And we're gonna get you out of here at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, you'll be actually, you'll be out. Got hammered. Okay,
Just get like 5 of them.
Order.
Yeah.
call to order. Hello? Hi, Simon. Okay, consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered by the Board of Trustees to be routine and have been approved by the Superintendent President, Board Policy 2430. There will be no separate discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on them unless a board member requests a specific item be removed from the consent agenda for discussion and separate vote. Public comment on consent items from anyone completing a card will be heard prior to the board's vote on the consent agenda. Okay. Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion? Can't have discussion. Okay. All in favor? Proceed.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody vote? Action agenda, the complete written request to address the board shall be submitted. Do we have anybody? No. I won't read all this. Okay. Public comments related to action agenda, none. Board of Trustees, action agenda, separate approval of items pulled from the consent agenda, none. New policy, second read, approval, board policies 6610. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, 6610. I know I saw it here just a second ago. Okay. All in favor? For student trustee?
Yes.
Okay, superintendent president, action agenda, resolution 2319, approval of resolution of authorizing payment to Dectronics for the purchase of installation of scoreboard equipment as part of the Victor Valley College Stadium and Educational Event Center.
Motion. Second.
Second.
Does the board want any comment on this explanation, or are you satisfied?
Satisfied.
All right.
Student trustee,
Yes.
administrative service action agenda. Agreement renewal. Next Gen Web Solutions. Motion,
Motion.
Second.
any comment, any discussion? Student trustee.
Yes.
.2 agreement, Climate Tech LLC.
Motion. Second.
Huh? What? Any discussion? Student trustee,
Yes.
verbal? Oh, okay. Aye.
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 Okay, amendment 1, agreement, American Engineering Laboratories, Inc.
Motion. I think there's some discussion.
Yeah, in discussion. John?
Yeah. To give you some background on this one.
Which one is this?
This is 13-3.
Back in July of last year to June, we did an RFP for laboratory of record and special inspections for the stadium project. I gave you a copy of it. You should have a copy of the bid tab. 7 firms responded. So this work is required by the Division of State Architect. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. They have to do testing of certain materials. They have to be on site inspecting certain types of work, masonry, testing watching the welding and testing of the steel. So of the 7 respondents, it was from 95,000 to 470,000. So a team, myself and a team from facilities reviewed all 7 proposals, and we came to the conclusion that we thought American Engineering Labs $166,000 proposal was the one we felt comfortable with. So the project's going along. There are a few hiccups on that. There's some rework on the project. And AEL notified us that they had expended their entire contract amount as of about right now. So they requested another roughly 160,000 to finish the project. So the bid was 166. They're estimating another 166 to get through the project. So I've been around construction a while, a lot of projects. And in the private sector, I work for a large contractor. And this, they sent me an explanation. I asked for an explanation of why, their proposal, their estimate was off and the amount of work that it's going to take to get it done. And I just felt that I couldn't stand here in front of the board and argue that, for the additional 160,000 with what was in the explanation. So I asked AEL's principals, Carrie and Lance, to come and so what I did is I split up their requests. I said, okay, change order 1 is for 70,000. That should get you through the end of this week if the board or decides they don't want to continue with your firm. And then if that would happen, we would have to go out and get another firm. And that causes some problems for the project. Now we would have a new laboratory of record, special inspection. It would require basically two inspection reports be filed with DSA. But I just felt with my experience, I just didn't feel comfortable coming up here by myself saying, hey, let's double this guy's contract, this firm's contract, with it, and me being able to defend that. And so that's why I asked Harry and Lance to come up and explain to the board what's gone on in their contract or the project. And I have no problem. They're a good firm. We've used them on other projects, but I just felt uncomfortable standing here in front of the board arguing for doubling the size of their contract. So they'll explain why the costs have overrun, and it has to do with the schedule, the amount of how fast Bernard's is doing the work, stuff like that. But I just felt I needed them to be here to convince the board that, so I split the item up. So item 13.3 is to cover the work that's already been performed. And then item 13.5 is to get us through the end of the project, through the end of the year. So, it's the board's will where we want to go with it. Whether you want to pay them, get another one, or whether you accept their explanation.
So if you're proposing, John, you're talking about 70,000 for 13.3 to bring it current through Friday.
Correct.
What is 13.6? What are they requesting?
That's an extra amount to get them through the project.
And how much is that?
90,000.
90.
Okay, so
It's all an estimate, but
okay, so 166 and 70 is 230. And another how much?
90.
90 is 310.
310.
Each one.
320?
Right.
Basically double.
basically. And so like I say, I didn't feel comfortable standing up here and asking the board to approve this and like I say, they can come on up and explain.
I can ask one more question.
Sure.
So we have a local company up here that's well known, does, they've done a lot of work, Merrill Johnson,
Right,
they're $150,000.
right.
What,
That would, their estimate was. These are all estimates. Because they really don't know what the schedule looks like, how fast the project's gonna get done. And the work is required. Inspection and the lab work is required. So it's really kind of I'm finding out that it's just a dartboard. You throw the dart at the board, and that's,
So
let me ask you this, is it though, we bid it cheap, get in, and then we negotiate it back?
well,
I come from development, so.
yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like that.
Yeah.
But that's why I said I wasn't comfortable coming up here alone, asking the board to double a contract without some explanation from the experts.
Now, why is BBC paying this versus the contractor paying this?
Well, you never have a contractor overseeing their own work.
And
You always use the third party.
I understand.
So an independent party, believe me, in my construction days, we learned the hard way that that's the way you should do business on a high rise. But anyway, Carrie and Lance can kind of go over what their experience has been on the project so far and what they're expecting.
Well, thanks, John. Thank you for the opportunity of being here tonight. It's greatly appreciated. I happen to be one of the owners. My wife is the other one. She's actually the president. I'm the vice president. What's that?
Smart.
The thing is we run American Engineering Laboratories. We've done multiple projects for you guys in the past. Ours is based on hours spent on the job. Okay, ours is based on when we are called out. We do not self-dispatch out. When we went to propose on this at the very beginning, there was no construction schedule. So therefore, we did not have a construction schedule to base it off from. Okay, so what we did, we go back and we say, okay, hey, what are some of the ones that we've been on that is very similar to this project here? And we go ahead and get the size and so forth and see and give it our best shot. There again, we're not the highest, nor we're not the lowest. My hat's off to John. I don't have 3 minutes, do I?
Yeah.
All right. My hat's off to John and his team, because the thing is I went back and I did my due diligence and that stuff, because I was really concerned with his decision. I says, do we really truly make a mistake, or are we doing a disservice for the district here? And myself, my past, I mean, November was, I kind of not retired, but I retired from city council, because I was on the city council and my job was obviously what you guys are doing here. You watch out the dollars for the community. And myself, I was a city councilman. I was a vice mayor for this city I was in. And that's my job, and I respect that. So the thing is what I did, I went back. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over to him in a moment, but I want to hit a couple key things on what I appreciate John did at the very beginning. Some of the line items, because I requested the proposals from all of the other bidders, all of the other 7, and I compared them. And the dollar amount, the hourly rate, ours is at the bottom of the hourly rate. So regardless if we, whatever laboratory you get, you're going to pay the hourly rate. Once again, we are not self-dispatched out. We are, an inspection request comes in from the IOR. IOR comes out there and requests an inspection. We supply them with the inspector, day, time, whatever he's looking for, okay, to comply with it. But looking at the hourly rates, our hourly rates, once again, is at the very bottom, as a matter of fact. The other hourly rates, comparing to some of the other ones, they're $30 an hour higher than our hourly rate. So if you compared them with our hours spent on it, we're still at the lowest. We're still at the lowest We do not have hidden fees where some of the other ones did, I noticed, and I was kind of taken back. Whether you got a dispatch fee, you got mileage, you got transportation fee if they had to transport some equipment or something. I was kind of taken back. So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead, and if you guys have any other questions, I'm gonna have Lance go ahead and have some items. You wanna take over?
I actually have a question. So you
Go ahead.
talked about how you're the lowest of all the contractors you've talked to, but what exactly has caused this to go to almost 100% increase in this? And what can you guarantee that it won't get increased again?
Well, there again, I appreciate that question. Thank you very much. It's a great question. The thing is once again, we have zero control on how many masons are out there. If there's one mason or if there's 25 masons. And
Right.
Lance will go ahead and hit on that point. And you had a great point. We have no control. We're inspectors now. Okay. Okay. We're inspecting the work. We don't have control on how many people, how many workers are physically working on the job. Is there one mason or is there 25 masons? We still have that one inspector. He needs to be there. It's a requirement by DSA that they have to be there while the work is being performed. So they can make, Lance went ahead and hit some of them in regards to the average. So there were some days there only had 4 masons on the job. Some days they had 5 masons. When the thing is they should have had a full crew. Welding, okay, as an example, welding where we're entering in now. We have rework on welding, the re-inspections. Once again, we have no control on if something fails, if it legitimately fails, because the thing is we have to look out for the safety for one, the staff and the students. So when we leave this, we're certifying this, that this is safe to come into, back into. Okay, because when do we have an earthquake? Where do they flock to? They go to high schools and they go to colleges, wherever they, I mean, if we have a major earthquake, a lot of the people.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to be rude.
No, that's fine.
We'll be here all night at this rate.
Okay.
You haven't answered the question.
Yeah, let me take over. First off, Lance Mouty, I'm the project manager for AEL. As John said, early on in the project, we went over budget, bottom line. To answer your question directly, which I'd like to back up a bit, and I will keep it pointed. To his point, the lower hourly rate creates more value, whereas some of the higher total bulk bids, you have to equate a higher hourly rate. It's not hours for hours, dollars per dollar. So if you have a $400,000 bid, I think we looked into Layton, for example. I don't want to get too much into the comparison, but you're looking at $134 an hour per inspector versus our $102 an hour.
Right. But, and I understand that's not in your control. Maybe, I don't know if someone else has the answer. What exactly failed that required us to pay another $90,000 more?
No, so I was just answering your first point to Lois being, I don't know if you're referring to dollars for dollars or hourly rate.
Hourly.
But
You mentioned.
Hold on. I know what her question is. It's simple. You were asked to bid a job, right? So you take your car up the street to the mechanic.
Mhm.
The mechanic says it will cost $1,000 to fix the car. You come back a week later and the mechanic says, it's 10 grand.
This isn't a couple thousand, this is
You're not
90,000.
gonna ask the mechanic, what's your hourly rate?
I
Well,
fully
what's
understand the
guy's
question.
Hourly rate down the street.
Yeah, no, I
What's
fully,
the guy in Apple Valley's hourly rate?
I hear
You're
you.
not gonna care. You're gonna say, sir, you bid this job at $1,000 to fix my car. And now a week later, you're telling me I owe you 10. And I don't mean to sound hostile, but if we're gonna dance around the issue, we'll be here all night.
100%.
Right? So
I understand the question. I'd like to answer it directly.
We all want a straight answer to the question. You're a business, you're a company. I'm guessing you've been in business for a long time. You should know how to bid a job. When you bid a job, you should at least be close, right? So either you blew the bid royally, or there's a legitimate explanation as to how someone else has potentially caused your bid to be off. And I'm open. I know I sound like an ass, but I'm just trying to force you to get right to the point. There's two options. Well, maybe three. You purposefully underbid the contract to get it, to then figure we'll be halfway through the job, we'll come in and we'll hit them for more money, and they won't want to ship boats in the middle of the creek, and we'll get more money. That's one option. Option two is that you just royally blew the bid, right? You came in, you for whatever reason, you made a mistake in your bidding process. Number three is that you provided a legitimate bid, and then things have occurred that are outside of your control that have caused you to run over. And I don't know which it is, but I think her question, correct me if I'm wrong, and the very poignant question that I'm putting to you, without the, we appreciate your time and John's been gracious and whatever. How are we in this spot? Right?
100% understood. And I was trying to elaborate a bit, but to be pointed, bottom line is our bid was not just thrown out, assuming we would get the low bid. We are actually within the middle of all bidders. There was an email submitted by myself to the board. I don't know if anyone's had a moment to read it. It is available, but I kind of detailed two items: structural steel fabrication offsite and DSA masonry, or the masonry construction of the building. Two of those items at the point to which we have now gone over, in our opinion, they were lacking in manpower by the contractor. I looked through all of our inspectors' reports and validated through the DSA project inspector. For the physical masonry construction portion of the project, we had between 4 and 9 masonry crew members working, which for the size of the building, my opinion, professional opinion, with our company's opinion, is an understaffed, undermanned project that results in the longer duration of inspection time for us. Fabricated steel offsite. At the size of the project, my reports, and again validated by the DSA project inspector, during the fabrication of embed plates, 1 to 2 welders manpower. Steel members, large structural steel, 2 to 3 welders manpower. Project similar to the size, we're looking at 15 welders. American Welding Society allows one of our welders to oversee 15 welders. So we're looking at a manpower issue, in my opinion. As far as underbidding, we do want to remain competitive. I'm not here to pretend like we're not a competitive business, but we are not the lowest. We're not the second lowest. We are within the middle of the total bidders.
Right, so
I'm welcome to elaborate if you guys have any questions.
Right, so how did you miss the mark so bad?
Well,
question.
he had mentioned early on, let me continue. Early on, we have no construction schedule. So we're looking at what would this building take as formed as inspector by the hour. If you look at a building with 4 to 9 actual crew members working at the size of the event center, you're looking at a double duration that we would expect it to take.
So not your crew members.
Correct.
You're talking about the construction, the people who are actually building the building. You have to have an inspector on site, keeping an eye on them while they're working. Am I right?
Correct, 100% of the time.
So if one guy is working.
If one guy built that building, it would take a year.
And your guy's standing there watching for the year.
Correct.
If there's 100 guys working and it takes a day, your guy's standing there watching for 1 day.
That is correct.
Correct.
So what you're saying is the construction company is shorted their manpower, they're working more slowly, so your people are standing around more watching.
Correct. There was 2 elements that I found out over really looking through each report and validating through my inspectors, a project inspector. Beginning of the project, there was 2 to 4 masonry on site. It ramped up at one point in time in March to upwards of 9 individuals. That 9 is even low, but 4 at the size of this project, again, I'm not seeing that on other projects. We're not seeing a 3 to 4 month full-time masonry gig, essentially. It's just something that when we look at the plans and we see a building of this size, I'm imagining a solid crew of masons coming in, build and block up, getting a lot of production each day. And our individual, of course, mandated by DSA, has to be on site. if I can make one just context for anyone on the board who might need it. Our scope of work is pre-established by DSA, correct, through our DSA 103 testing and inspection form that's given to every project at opening. Our work is scheduled at request by the DSA project inspector. And it's dictated by the contractor's schedule and the contractor's manpower. So going back to your point, if you have one individual building a building, I have to be there every day as dictated by DSA. If you have 20 individuals on a project, I have to be there every day as dictated by DSA. So this, what you say is doubling in number or me throwing 100%. It's not 100%, I'm just throwing on top. More so, I'm like, oh, wow, I got 4 to 9 manpower. I got welders welding without inspections, little detail that we have to re-inspect right now currently. Project inspector could expand on that if needed. I'm not seeing the manpower to date on this project, which allowed me to know that I need to come and request additional funds more representative of their work skill.
Okay, then I'm gonna go back and ask the second part of my question that wasn't answered. You mentioned that the amount of workers isn't within your control.
Correct.
Then what is in your control? And what can you do to guarantee that this doesn't happen again?
So we're not in a position to physically manage anything of the
They can't
project.
guarantee it. That's the problem.
If, one second, I mean, you're being real direct to us and that stuff. If you could guarantee it's only gonna take a certain amount of days.
But
we could
what is in
guarantee-
your control?
We have no control over the contractor. It is
Right.
not, we do not, we do not direct work. It's not our job to direct work. It's a project manager and project management team. We do not direct work. So the
I
thing
can
is,
actually
we are
answer you
called
very
out.
directly. What is in our control is communication to the facilities team
Yeah.
to elaborate on, hey, this is taking a little longer than expected. We were not aware of this duration of work. It's communication, but we are specifically through DSA separate from the contractor. We are there to inspect work as dictated by DSA. So we can communicate and allow the board and facilities to establish whether they feel that they need to have a conversation regarding the amount of work.
So in historically, when you've bid a job of this size and magnitude, you have seen crews that are larger. And so the
full
work
crews,
is
yes.
done faster. Do you think that is because of the general contractor that we selected, or is it COVID related, or is it, what do you think the factor
It's
is that
industry.
made
That-
this?
That question should be directed to the contractor themselves. I couldn't answer for them. I would be.
Is that
speculating.
something that's been normal since construction, that we're on lower crews, like you can't get into a restaurant because there's less worker, like that kind of thing? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, it could be possibilities there.
Trustee Tarpley.
Getting the actual workers.
I mean,
So
Are they behind on this project, John, or are they on time?
They're still on schedule more than, we're about 3 weeks behind schedule.
So trustee Tarpley,
And if I could say something.
You gotta come
Yes,
up though.
yes, please.
Yeah, you gotta be on the mic. But yes, please.
I'm not a public speaker, but.
You are now.
You are today.
Yeah, you are now. I'm the project inspector for the Stadium Event Center. Cornerstone Masonry has been understaffed from day one. We should have 25 masons on that job. We have 4 to 9. I'm the one who dispatches AEL, to come out to the site. Come out to the site, they got 4 masons working. The next day, nobody shows up.
Oh, geez.
We've let them know on several occasions, me, the DSA field engineer, you're not following the you're not following the DSA approved plans. Rebar was in the wrong positioning. They continued to build the wall up. We've
Didn't they
taken,
take that up?
we've taken walls down that were solidly grouted. I've written deviation notices on it. I can't stop them. Only DSA can stop them. All I can do is write deviation notices. Last Thursday, I wrote 2 deviation notices, had 15 items on it concerning welding of our connection plates. They went ahead and welded them. LPA is going to come back to the college with an added cost, which will be back charged to the contractor to do all the calculations for these welded connections, the shear plate connections to the beams. They're supposed to be an A325 slip critical bolt.
they welded it. That puts a different moment connection on the wall. It's not approved. They continued on. Again, AEL's now, once the CCD gets approved, the construction change document through DSA, it's CCD 34, I have to have them back out to re-inspect it again.
Right.
And to your point, young lady, I have no control, they have no control. It's a crapshoot. It's throwing darts at a dartboard. My end's a little easier. I have a construction schedule that says it's gonna take 400 days to build. My hourly rate is X amount of dollars. Boom. If it goes over that 400 days, here's how I bid it. I come back to John, Dr. Walden, to the board. Hey, it's an added cost. Here's the schedule I have. They don't have that luxury. They didn't have that luxury. They had a set of plans based on previous projects. This is the time it should take. I've worked with AEL for the last 15 years. I did building 23 with Merrill Johnson. They were about 60% over their original contract amount. When John and I and the rest of the facilities department reviewed all the bids for the value hourly rate charges from AEL compared to Merrill Johnson, Layton, they were the most competitive. I've never, ever seen in the 20+ years I've been doing this, a lab come in right on budget or under budget.
Ever.
Never,
Okay.
So
never,
here's,
never has
who
happened.
wants to be the one to answer this question? Or John? Would we be sitting here tonight, no matter which company we would have chosen for this job?
Yeah.
With the same conversation?
You probably wouldn't have if you went with the $470,000.
Because they overbid it, so they overshot it so high, yeah.
But what if public contract code, you're supposed to take the lowest bidder? This isn't public contract code per se. This is an RFQ. So you kind of pick somewhere in the middle. What happens if you would have took the guy at $95,000?
Oh, yeah, we would have been screwed.
Now you're talking,
Is there any way that we can?
there is no
Char-
guarantee that they're not going to come back again.
Right,
If
of
the
course.
contractor screws up, we have to make it right.
And they
I
have
will
to be
not
there.
sign the project off if it isn't 100% correct.
So
Absolutely.
what recourse can we take against these contractors that are doing bad things? You said that you did the,
I did a DSA
There's not a
154.
schedule. See, there's not a schedule. That's where the problem is.
The only area, they run over schedule, we have obvious liquidated damages, we can assess on them to cover some of our.
right, that's
See,
what I'm getting
they're
at.
not covered under the schedule for the contractor. These guys, I understand this. John, could you approach, because I think.
I do want to say one other thing. I have a file full of back charges that we're going to back charge. Cornerstone Masonry, Quality Steel, and it's going to also be KCB Towers, the structural steel company.
Oh, really?
I have a folder full of rework items. It's not the college's responsibility to pay for rework. We come out, we inspect it. They're professionals. They should do it right the first time. If they don't, it's rework.
I think as Brandon so eloquently said, we're not going to be here all night. And I think this has become very complicated. I drive by here 4 days a week, and I can tell you days when I'm thinking, why weren't the Masons out there? And you had reported 2 months ago, to go back on the record, that they had to take down some of those walls. So for the board standpoint, these two guys or anybody, Merrill Johnson, anybody on this list has no control of how many people show up on the day. So I'm going to ask Morley and John. I mean, while I've challenged you many times, I'm on your side on this one because I understand. I mean, I'm in the business. We're involved in projects that are a year late right now. I'm doing a house in Prescott, Arizona. I am 50% over budget, and I'm 4 months past what the thing is. It's an industry issue right now. We have a labor shortage in our country because we pay people to stay at home. We have a lot of people that are retired that just, especially in the Mason business and those specialty, they've left. And candidly, they're not working up in places like the high desert Mojave River Valley. They're working in Orange County where they can make some big bucks. So if we were to settle this, and I trust you both, what's the fair thing to do? I think the fair thing to do is, and I don't know if we not bring this thing back. I understand exactly where you guys are at, and I don't think everybody in here understands that you're just separate. You have nothing to do with Mason guys.
I
You're there to
understand that
check.
they're separate.
Right, I understand,
But
I understand it.
they
too.
can't control.
PSA for them to be here.
But they
Get
can't
it.
control
You
it.
come
We're
in
not
here and you
dumb.
ask for 100% more money, though, I'm gonna put the screws to you to stand there and answer the questions. No offense.
But when one of
It's good.
when we staff, say this was a solar issue, we always listen to our staff about solar issues, right? So when Morley says they should have 25 people on site and they bring, 1 to 4 and 4 to 9. Is that Marlon's fault? Is that John's fault? Is that the board's fault? Is it these guys' fault? I don't see it as being your fault. I know who you guys are because
Methods are on the contractor.
Right.
Now,
So that's
I-
on
Bring in
Cornerstone
10,000
Masonry.
masons in one day.
Now-
We have no control over it.
I will say this, when I talked to Dr. Walden the other day, I think my wife says I have really bad selective hearing. I didn't hear the whole story, so I think I got it right. So I kind of came here with a pre-notion about this. I don't know how we settle their bill. I don't want to beat anybody out of a legitimate bill.
But
Okay,
I want the board to understand and everybody to understand, they have an added cost. They can't guarantee they're not gonna come back to the board
well,
again.
no, but
Because it's
if
all
you-
based on the
if you keep
contract.
calling these guys out and nobody shows on, or if one guy shows up, they have to be
They
here.
have to be here.
That is DSA.
That is.
That's where the problem is.
I get it.
Right,
Yeah.
that's,
So-
well, that's all I want. I don't not understand, Joe. I wanted the answer from them and confirm, right? Because like I said, there's 3 possibilities.
But I
You
think,
royally blew the bid, you underbid it on purpose, or there's a legitimate explanation.
but I think as we got into the story,
I want to hear it.
but I think we should. God,
I think,
what is your suggestion, guys, get this resolved?
I think mine is we approve both amendments. Just, my biggest issue with this was standing here by myself trying to explain this to the board. I just-
And John, I
didn't
will,
feel like it gets.
listen, I will tell you this publicly, because you and I have, we've butted heads many times, especially on the solar field issue. But I respect your construction background and I'm around it all day long. So if you believe that the board should do that, you have my absolute support.
Again, it's. And maybe I'm gonna step into their wheelhouse here. Why their number is where it was. I've done $25 million high school, Pioneer High School in Whittier with them. I did Cal High School in Whittier with them, another $25 million stadium project. It even went a little over budget, not as much as this, but I think our biggest problem is Bernard's not putting the screws to their contractors.
So can we amp that up? Like,
No, because we got.
We
There's
got
nothing
no
you do now.
control. They've got
The
a,
only one that's scheduled. is if
You
they're
just
all-
remember it the next time the Bernards, bids, the problem is, it's an industry problem right now everywhere. And only the big dogs are able to control their subs because they pay them weekly, they pay them, I mean, they pay well, so.
It's my understanding if Bernard doesn't complete the job at the given time that said they would complete it, it costs them so much money every day.
Every day.
liquidated damages.
Right.
You have a $32 million project you bid, and to this young lady's comment earlier, you gave a price. Why aren't we at that number? It'd be like going back to Bernard, say you gave us $32 million. Why is it $35 million now or 34 million? Because there's added stuff, unforeseen, architectural issues, structural issues that weren't caught on the plans to DSA. Well, they got to be corrected and done right.
And I think trustee Wood, I mean, as an attorney, okay? Somebody comes to you, you can't give them a lump sum bid and say, this is a $10,000 deal. If it goes over, the jury's sick, there's all kinds of, you got to build it, right?
Oh, I eat it.
Well, my attorneys don't.
I quote it, and that's the price I quote.
Our attorneys,
And I understand, Mr. Woods, your concern and everything.
anything to do with DSA and their DSA 103, their testing and inspection form that we have to comply by. It's a broad range of maybe, could we? I've talked to the DSA field engineer. He lets me do a lot of the inspection that the lab's supposed to do, like all the epoxy anchoring, all the wedge anchoring to try to save the college money. I'm there from 5 o'clock in the morning, most of the time till 5 o'clock at night, with all the projects going on this campus. And I just call them out to do the physical pull test. I need the report.
Is there a way?
It would be a disaster, I think, for the college to switch midstream to get all the final verified reports from this company, go to a new company, and where did they leave off? Where does the new company pick up?
And now Bernard has a perfect excuse for why they're late. And
And
now
you're
they
not
come
getting
back and they
LDs.
say the board did this and now we're late. So now we get into a legal issue over liquidated damages.
Again, I have no. I've worked with them in the past. I've worked with Leighton in the past. I've worked with Corey in the past. Leighton's done projects here. Leighton's been over on projects. It's really a crapshoot for any of the special inspections. You give the best guesstimate that you can give.
Let me ask Dr. Walden, since there are two items here,
Yeah.
is there a way that we can make a motion for both items or they have to be done separately?
They need to be done separately, but you just do them separate. You can just do them separate, but it's right there.
We have something in the middle. There's-
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, that's a quick deal. That's just student insurance.
I'd like to make a motion
Student,
to
hold
approve.
on, please. Student trustee, I'd like to see that all your questions are answered.
I'll go to my best friend. You.
Oh, your best
My best
friend.
friend from the retreat.
Oh, that backfired.
She's invoking the best friend clause.
From what you have seen, because I'm assuming you've been on this the whole time that this contract has been here. The best course of action would be to continue that by switching it would cause more damage than good.
A potential lawsuit by the contract.
Are you
A potential
satisfied with,
lawsuit.
I just want to
Like I
make sure
said,
that
the only
you feel.
reason that they'll probably wouldn't ever work with me again, but I just couldn't stand here in front of the board and talk about their contract without them.
Even
here
though,
to explain it.
And John, I think we appreciate the fact that you could say that in
Right.
public and on a camera.
right, even though I don't expect it to be exactly where the first bid was, but I wasn't expecting 100% over, knowing that we could also be going over that 100% again.
Right.
And again, I'm keeping records of all the rework
Okay,
that I sit down with John, as we get a little closer to masonry being finished. Here's the back charge that we need to send to Bernard's for the masonry work. Once structural steel is complete, here's the back charge for structural steel. We should have been done with the structural steel already.
Right.
And we probably have 2 more weeks to go.
okay. Was this something that had caught us by surprise, or had we been slowly seeing this creep up and now it's on the board agenda? Or is it just like all of a sudden, we need to pay more?
No, it caught me a little by surprise.
I would tell you this, as you drive by here, you can see
Yes,
the lack of activity
Yes.
one day. And then 2 days and all of a sudden there's a bunch of activity.
I would agree.
And you know, sometimes that's a staging deal where you can't do something until the other thing's done or the footing's put in or.
Well, I'm gonna go one, again, I'm not a public speaker, I say what I say. We put $250,000 worth of slot drain in for the football field. They were off 14 inches because Bernard superintendent doesn't come out and double check. That's $250,000. We tore it all out.
And they're gonna pay for it.
And that's
They're
on
paying
them.
for it, not our problem.
On that topic, I love these guys. It's a great team. I have to jump in because I'm the shortest guy also. I want to make one comment before we hand it back to you guys into these points and to your point, Sean. To really run home the concept of your question and your question, without a schedule, which is a very typical thing to not have a baseline schedule at the time of pre-bid for consultants. Without a schedule and set of plans, we had 166,000. With a schedule, we're at 320,000 after seeing the durations of the project. Project is over behind somewhat, and the 4 weeks that we've turned in this original bid So who knows what it's going to turn into then? To answer your question very directly, I am committed and I'm committed to my company. This will now be my priority project. I will, if you're open to it, if you have a PM or a PE you'd like me to speak to, I will do a weekly audit of my inspectors. I'll communicate with you daily.
To come to me.
And I will be pointed when we are now over schedule, we are now re-inspecting something. Versus we did 3 weeks of overwork this month. I will say, hey, wasn't that a re-inspection of a weld from yesterday? And I will leave that to facilities to say, contractor just incurred X dollars of inspection hours. That's what we can do to help manage. I'm committed to that because your comment, you don't know if we'd want to work with you. That's the reason we're here today. We don't know if you would want to work with us. We can just say, oh, this is our bid, take it or leave it. We want to work with the district. So you see us put 100% down. I'm going to show you 100% of my effort as a PM of the company. I'm going to be, my intentions are to be the lab you go to for questions. Hey, Lance, we're using Leighton down this on this project. What are your thoughts on the overages that they did? I'll answer it honestly. So that's our intention at this point, at this time.
I would say this, Dr. Walden unfortunately woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning, never went back to bed. I think he wants to get to sleep, and I do want to get to sleep. I think we beat this dog to death. I'd like to make a motion on 13.3 that we approve the amount.
Did we already have a motion on the floor?
13.3.
We already had a motion in a second.
Okay.
Student advisory vote.
Seems like we don't have a choice. Yes.
Yeah, yes or no? You gonna abstain?
Okay, do we have any further discussion on 13.3?
So your vote's up.
Okay,
Student trustee?
student trustee,
Yes.
very good questioning, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Excellent.
$13.4.
13.4,
Student insurance.
student insurance.
Motion.
Second.
Motion.
This is an annual bill, right, John? This is the premium annually,
It's not negotiable, so.
80,000.
Let's take it. Student advisory vote.
Yes.
It's just by Tarpley.
You know it.
13.5,
That's the other out of
the other
90,000.
90,000.
Motion,
Second by Weiss.
Dr.
I'll
Walden,
second.
wanna give us a 30-second?
The same thing.
It's the same one you were just listening to.
Yeah.
This
This is
is
it.
this-
So
This is
the
second one,
other,
this is second
the
one.
first one was,
There's
I'm
two of
sorry, trustee Brady.
Oh,
The first
I-
one was what fees have been incurred so far, and this is the projection, correct?
I'm sitting with my old schedule, so they moved the number, so.
That's okay.
I get it. No
Don't
problem.
do the paper one because it's wrong.
I know.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Please, student trustee.
Yes.
But let me just say to the two gentlemen that are here. My apologies for putting the screws to you, but you come in asking for more money, I'm gonna put the screws to you again, just so you know. And anybody else who comes in here that's bid a job and wants twice the money,
Yeah, they're gonna
you
hear
better
from-
put on your antiperspirant, because you're gonna have to stand there and answer questions
love
like,
it.
sorry. But I'm sure you'd do the same if the roles were reversed. I hope you would. Right? So no offense, and thank you for coming in and taking the heat.
I love it.
I'm glad I was able to cool it down.
Okay, 13.5.
You know what? It's healthy to ask questions. It's not healthy for to be told not to ask questions. So I think it's good put by the board, our student trustee to ask, because I think we all come from a different, you know, we look at life at a different set of eyes, and we also have different backgrounds. I'm gonna ask trustee Wood for legal advice. Okay? I mean, that's what he does. Yes.
Okay,
Did it work?
13.6.
It's not working.
13.6. Contracted services,
Doug?
ICR staffing services.
Motion,
Dennis fell asleep.
Second.
Oh,
Motion
wait,
agreed.
hold on, wait. Did you get a vote?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she said it
She
was
said she
stuck.
fixed it.
We were 13.6.
So
So
it's a motion by
13.6, I'm gonna ask John to come up and explain what we're doing here, why we're doing it, and also what was the RFP process and how it worked out.
Do we need a motion in a second?
We
before
got
it.
discussion?
We got
Oh,
it.
okay.
We got it.
Yes, I fell asleep then. Wake me up.
So this item is,
Wake me up when it's over.
contract for the labor firm that provides labor temporary staffing services. So as you know, we took the old, what was the name of that? Chow Time and did a full remodel. And in some of my great wisdom, I've convinced the president that we should self-operate the cafe because of really the bad vibes about Chow Time.
Yes.
And in my last district, I had a very large cafeteria that was operated within the college. High quality food. Our goal is high quality food, reasonable pricing. And right, so this district has never self-performed food service. So this is a pilot project. We have a very qualified food service manager on board named Michael Finnis. He will manage this operation, him and I will. So the thought was we would contract out the labor. It's less expensive to contract it out. There'll be 4 to 6 people, maybe a food services coordinator, a couple of cooks, and a couple of other, kitchen staff. And we're going to use as much student help as we can muster. That's,
Is the temporary work temporary? I mean, is the plan to eventually staff and hire
well, I think
within?
the pilot is to try to come up with the pricing model. We want to keep the students mainly on campus, so we need to be competitive.
Mhm.
And so we're going to be moving the pricing up and down based on our costs.
And they're a bread across the streets over that they go over there.
Well, no, and so is,
And the other thing about, this is to be we're not trying to make a profit. It's got to be self-sustaining. It can't tax our budget, but it can. So we want to keep the food prices as low as possible for the students. And so it's not like if you were running a restaurant out here, you got to make a 25% profit or something.
Right.
Because this is not a profit thing. This is just operating it and what it costs to pay all the expenses of operating it.
Dr. Wall, let me ask you.
And that's what they'll be charged.
So what we did is we did an RFP. We advertised twice in the Daily Press. And Deanna, when she was still here, sent a mass email to all staffing agencies in the Inland Empire. So not just up here in High Desert, but down below. Sent them, said, hey, we're doing an RFP. Here's a link. We got one response, and that was this ICR staffing services. So our idea was to go this route. We really want to spend the next 9 months to a year learning what our customers, the type of traffic we're going to get before we finalize a staffing plan, whether it be in-house or continue in this method. So we really got to learn what our students' behaviors are relative to food service to come up with the right hours, the right type of food, the right pricing to keep them on campus.
So John, is this I forgot to ask you this when we were going over, is this an open PO like thing? Or
Yeah,
is
and there's out
not
clauses.
necessarily 300,000.
No, it's just going to be really what it's going to be throughout the year as far as we learn when the students will be coming into the cafe.
I recently was doing some work out at Silver Lakes. And I noticed that's a big master plan community and they run their own, they have their own restaurant out there. I don't know how the contract works. But they report to the residents every month, the income and the expense. Are we gonna be able to get that so we can see?
Oh, yeah, we've created a separate fund.
No, so could you report that every month? So we kind of see what
We could do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
So
Just a couple comments, John and Dr. Walden. I think the RFP process that we used was poor. And I'll tell you why. In my industry, we get RFQs or RFPs. They come in the mail. Okay, so they're sure that we get it. One of the cities up here 3 years ago wanted to be sure that everybody in my industry got it. And they said, Joe, do you have that list? We gave them the list. We want to be sure our competitors got it. Daily Press prints 3,900 papers. There are 550,000 people up here. Used to print 40,000.
Yeah.
So to put 2 ads, in the Daily Press, and there's only, I think, 10 companies up here within. Now, how many there are in the Inland Empire?
Yeah, I don't-
I think that I think we could have done a whole lot better job. I'm not, I remember when Trustee Pinkerton and I battled hard to be sure that on the one-stop building that we had as many local people as possible. This isn't directed at the person that's going to get this contract. It's really, I think it's important for us at the college, and we talk about engaging our local industries. And I brought 7 industries so far to the college to have that conversation. I think we really need to live by it. I don't think it's right to send out emails. I mean, how many people's email end up in junk? So I need to go on the record to say that.
That's fine.
Yeah. So,
Like I say, this is a pilot. We're really going to look at it. We really want to learn our customers. And really want to do an analysis in the end, whether it's feasible for us to do it.
no, understand. And we spent a lot of money in that building.
Yep.
Our number one client is our students. That's our number one. So out of this, how's the money done? Is it a cost plus? How's the contract work? These people are paid by this company.
Right.
Okay, and then what's the spread over that cost back? I mean.
They've given us the hourly rate that they're going to
Yeah,
charge.
so you gotta cover workers' comp. They need to.
They
get a
do.
profit.
They
Yeah,
cover
get a
all that.
profit. They should get a profit.
Yep.
Yeah, but what, is it because you have different,
I think you'll see in the RFQ, there's 3 or 4 job descriptions that, this is what we're looking for, the cook. This is a sample job description, the food service, coordinator, others. So it depends on the market price.
so John, not to be critical, but to be candid, the RFQ gave 12 days. If you saw in Daily Press.
Oh, yeah, no,
And in here, the dates are in May.
we've been working on this for quite a while.
But the contract that I've got in front of me.
Yeah.
Shows dates that have far gone by. And I don't think it's fair to any bidder to give them, it was actually 9 business days I counted. Does that make sense? I just
Oh, yeah,
think
no,
that-
it does, but we were kind of in a hurry to get this operation up and running, and we're behind schedule by about 4 months.
No, I get it. I think it's important.
There's been a lot of,
There they are. 26.14 per hour, 41.84 per hour for cooks.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a food service coordinator.
that's all inclusive.
Huh?
Those are all inclusive numbers.
That's what they're paying, right?
Right.
Or is
We're
that
paying
what-
them.
That's what
we
we're
pay
paying
them.
ICR.
But they
They're
include all
paying
their own,
us.
that's all their overhead.
What are the rates, Dr. Walden?
So for a food services assistant is $26.14 an hour.
Wow.
For a cook, it's $41.84 an hour. And for a
That
food
includes
services coordinator,
Workers' comp.
it's
everything.
$40.80 an
This
hour.
is what we pay ICR.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
ICR pays
I'm-
them
I'm
less.
very familiar. So John, what is the spread? I mean, the cook get $40 an hour. What's that cook actually getting,
Don't know.
Between him and his
Yeah.
employer, him or her and their employer.
All right, that's,
Paying them 20.
I mean, just to have a counterpoint, I think the bidding process is fine. Joe works in a business that's similar to mine in the sense that if I want to sell my business and I call Joe's company and no one answers the phone, and I leave a voicemail saying I'd like to list my business with you, and he doesn't call me back for 12 days, I've already called the next guy in real estate, listed it with him, and he's lost the job. Same thing for me. If I don't answer the phone and I don't pay attention to the job offers that are out there, then I lose. And so if everybody else didn't pay attention and ICR was the only one paying attention, good for them.
Trustee Wood,
They deserve it.
I would say this, if you send out 500 or How many emails did she send out anyway?
I couldn't tell you.
So let's say she sent out 50 and only one responded. There's something wrong with the process.
Or maybe the other 49 didn't want the job. I mean, do you ever take 12 days to get back to a potential client of yours that wants to hire you? I bet you don't.
Sometimes we tell them we won't get back to them for 12 days, and then they may say, you know what? Don't get back to us because
Right,
we need to make it.
right.
No, but at least people, if they want, Brandon, you're a great attorney. Somebody's not gonna call you up and then blow you off and wait till the next day. They're gonna call you and say, hey, can you call me back? You don't answer your phone.
He gets blown off all the time.
Right, no, my potential clients blow me off, but if I don't answer the phone.
Yeah.
They
Right.
call the next person in the book like immediately. They
Yeah,
hang up
but
the phone
you're also good at what you do. So
and they call the next guy like,
They're in jail.
right, like. I mean, I don't know, I'm just saying if they like, if anybody else wanted the job, they should have responded. That's,
So John, on a monthly
them.
basis, we'll see the money we've spent, the money we brought in.
Well, I mean.
We can run a report.
You
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I mean, the cost side's yours. There is,
It could be on the monthly report, maybe a month in arrears.
yeah, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, sir.
So all we need to see is the amount, the ICR and just the income coming in. I'm just curious on where we are with the income and how we're gonna price it.
We're gonna adjust the pricing based on what our costs are and we're,
I think we said we're gonna start low, right?
Yep.
So we're gonna sell.
we want to be competitive.
So you can pass the word out, the first students in get the cheapest food.
I might be coming over here. I'm telling you to go.
Well, I know, I would encourage you to do that. Come in.
That'd be
and-
great. Tell us what you think.
Yeah.
Students do love cheap food.
And we're
Well,
gonna,
and the ASB will tell you, coffee shop,
That- that-
vegetarian, vegan food. That's what we've heard for the last 5 years. at
No,
ASB.
but I'll tell you, going out to eat right now is absolutely crazy.
Okay, so back to the business. at hand.
off of the vote.
Student advisory vote.
Yes.
There we have it.
Okay, 36, 13, 13, 6.
So your alarm went off at 1 in the morning? A burglar alarm.
14,
That's why I need to get them out of here.
Non-classified short-term employee.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? ASB
Second.
vote?
Welcome
Yes.
to the meeting.
Like that.
Yeah. It's got nothing. There it is.
14.2.
Hold on, you guys need to vote. Mine was.
We
slow.
had it. Didn't you
Mine
have it?
was slow.
I don't have mine.
Ooh, he's showing you.
Aye. Aye,
Say aye, aye.
aye, aye, Captain.
14 point, I'm gonna go to 14.2.
Motion.
That's such a great idea. Second.
This is professional expert salary schedule. Any discussion? Student advisory?
Yes.
It's so slow.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Working there.
14.3, contract of employment, Dean Student
Did you get
Services.
everybody? Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Got a new dean?
we'll have, wait till they vote.
Student advisory.
Yes.
Yeah, you get halfway up here and have to turn around.
Right, cake.
I would
You've
just.
seen
keep
how
on
the nights.
going.
Wait, come answer some questions before we
Oh,
vote.
my
get-
Lanta.
Michelle, I hit.
What do you know about construction
Uh-oh.
work?
What'd you hit?
No,
What'd you hit?
so I hit one of them and I went to the other one. So let's see how it scored. So mine was yay. Okay.
Okay, now you can come up.
Right. So this is, We just voted our new dean of student services in. He is now, which now creates a vacancy in the director for A and R. So that'll be one of his first jobs, is to get his replacement in A and R. So welcome.
Thank you. Board President, board
Congratulations.
members, community, I'd like to thank you for selecting me. It's an honor. Since it's a public opportunity, I'd like to thank my wife, who's in the room, 20 years of being a teacher. So education is in the family.
You gotta stand up. Stand up, there you go.
I also like to thank my kids who are watching, my mentors. And to the community, I like to share with you that student success, student support success will be fundamental. I think VVC is doing great work. I look forward to adding gas to that pedal to ensure that it keeps on moving forward. So with the amazing classified professionals, with our stellar faculty and our passionate administrators, I look forward to move us in the same direction that we all want, student success, and keep on hitting those high numbers for the community. The community is first. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Congratulations.
We're not gonna tell you got big shoes to fill, but you got big shoes to fill, and you're on a really good team.
Thank you.
This is like the UCLA Bruins back in the '70s.
Understood.
Johnny Wood.
Thank you.
I don't
Thank
get it.
you.
Okay, contract of employment, 14.4.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
I don't think so. No, there it is.
It's a little
Came out
slow,
finally.
it's tired.
Little slow, Michelle's
Academic.
Wait a minute.
making it go slow.
Sure she is.
Oh, okay, Sandy, you got the job.
Oh, yeah.
So Sandy has worked here since 2001,
2003.
3.
Yeah.
And she has been department chair of our child development department for most of that time.
Yeah, 10 to 15.
And she is replacing Mackenzie, who's now the
Big shoe to fill.
ADP.
Yeah.
So
Those
We're
are-
excited.
Those are really big shoes.
Yeah, those are really,
Like
really, and of
boots.
course, and then Dr. Scott prior to that. So yeah, I'm, yeah. Well, thank you and for selecting me and good evening or good night. I don't know.
We don't either.
Well, I'm blessed to become a part of VVC 2003 in August as a full-time faculty for child development. And then now I was offered the opportunity to become a dean positions. It's a position that you just can't, pass it on. So I am going to embrace this opportunity. And there's going to be a new mode, a new action, a new position, but my commitment to VVC missions and visions remain the same. And of course, I'm excited to learn all the new information and regulations and knowledge. A bit terrifying, but I think that with having all the support system that I'm quite excited about it. I'm also looking forward to working together with everyone, administration, staff, faculty, and everyone around the dynamic team. I want to close this, conclude it with a quote by Henry Ford. Coming together is a beginning, staying together is a progress, and working together is a success. So that's VVC is the place to be.
thank you.
Okay, 14.5,
Motion.
academic equivalency.
Hillary.
Vivian or Hillary Varian.
Second.
I seconded.
You already
I
said.
did.
Did you,
She good. Sorry.
any discussion?
He wants Stan to get out of here quick.
Yeah. Any
She wants to
discussion?
get out of here.
No. Student advisory?
Yes.
When Michelle gets that look at office, I tell her to go home.
That's so smart. So smart.
And you
We're
know,
gonna do the same thing.
Started signing her notes to me as mom. So what I have here is I have a mother and a very bossy little sister.
All the secrets are coming out. All the secrets.
And we got a guy who's gonna pay for that tomorrow. When there's no witnesses.
Okay. So now academic equivalency. Richard,
Student advisory, we have to vote on this one.
Yes,
what?
yes.
You did.
We did. I motioned, he seconded.
You seconded?
I would like to.
On
but am I
14.5?
allowed to second?
14-6.
Did we vote on that?
14-6.
Did I vote yes? Okay,
We're on 14-6.
my bad.
What?
I don't know.
Trying.
We're gonna vote.
We need a
Online?
motion and a second for
We did.
14-6.
We got
Did
it.
we do it?
Second. No, student advisory.
We don't
He
have
did
to
it.
vote. She was the motion, I was the second.
Richard,
14-6.
Sure.
14-6.
Hey,
Is Richard here?
No.
No.
Call for
no,
the vote.
We don't
I mean-
do that for this.
Send the thing around the world.
Okay.
yes? Yeah, sure, why not?
It's not appearing, Michelle.
It's not appearing.
None of us know what's happening anymore.
But go
There
around
it
the
is.
world like 3 times or something?
There it is.
It's up for Dennis. I don't think it came up for Joe. Did it come up, Joe?
What? Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Okay,
14.7
Let's do
AFT
this.
part-time faculty memorandum of
Second.
understanding for health insurance pilot program.
Motion.
motion.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, he motioned, I seconded.
Okay. Discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
Gone wild.
4.8 part-time faculty collective bargaining agreement.
Do you need,
Motion.
wait, do you need, you got it.
What?
She's good.
Got you good?
It's a little slow.
Motion.
We need a
Oh,
second.
it's going around the world 2 or 3 times.
Brandon seconded. Is Joe motion?
Second.
There you go. I don't even know. I have no words.
Yeah.
You said yeah?
Yep.
Okay, 14.9. Agreement McDougall,
Hammer,
Bohammer,
Foley, Lyon, Mitchell.
Foley and Lyon, Mitchell and Erickson.
Motion.
Second.
Did you get it?
Trustee,
Yes.
okay, 15.1.
Motion.
Second.
This is with San Bernardino Community College. Contract ed,
Income to the district.
income to the district. Finally, got some money coming this way. Okay,
Gotta pay for that.
you gotta pay for that,
The
yeah.
overcharges.
And student trustee,
Yes.
Thing's slow.
yeah, it's slow, it's going.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay, so we can blame her.
No, that's not who we blame.
Of course not.
No,
No.
Always willing to blame whoever, huh?
we're not blaming the student. That's all I'm saying.
15.2,
Motion.
VVC,
There was a motion
VVC
by
5-star
Barkley, a second by
experience
Vicotr.
research,
Thank you.
elder tree. The student trustee?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, for 15.3 CDL truck purchase.
Motion.
Second.
Any
Yep.
discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
Yeah, we just
Kids are gonna
buying a
wrap this
truck
one for
here.
you?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. She's
Better
wrapping
believe it.
nails now, girl.
Better believe it.
You better believe it.
This is
There
a
it
brand
is.
new one.
Jeez.
200 and something thousand, right?
210.
Not bad.
Contract ed. Cal State San Bernardino,
Hold
University
on, we need to get a
Enterprises
vote.
Corporation, Cal State
Dennis,
Re-Entry Initiative.
vote on the truck.
Thought we got it. I thought we did it.
It's just slow. It's
Did I
okay.
get your vote?
Yeah. I voted yes.
We're still waiting for it to come up.
There it is.
Mr. President. If I could just say this really quickly, I was a little asleep at the switch. In the last 6 months, we've had probably 10 major phone calls from companies that they're actually buying ground up here for self-driving trucks.
Ooh, ooh,
Self-driving truck.
Self-driving trucks.
that's trippy.
No. And one of them, when I returned the guy's call last week, and I said, but your name's really familiar, and he told me what. These would be self-driving electric trucks.
Right.
And
50
he told me-
miles to the charge or something?
No, yeah, I didn't get into that. It was like, how much money do you want to spend? That's all I
Yeah.
care about. But no, it's really becoming a big deal, man. We're gonna see them out there a lot
No,
quicker.
one time I went to Vegas and it was a self-driving cab. No, the answer is no.
They're gonna be there. Sorry.
Awesome.
Oh.
The car has autopilot.
Don't die on this. okay?
I'm not gonna die.
Just don't die before we get to 18.1.
No, I know. Okay, here we go, here. Contract
Fifteen
ed.
15-4,
Cal State,
right? 15-4.
San Bernardino, you, money to the, Cal
Motion.
State
Second.
re-entry,
Second.
there you go.
Motion by Wood. second by
Income to the
Brady.
district.
Student trustee?
Yes.
You push buttons.
Okay, 16.1. Contracted services with, Ed Meyer,
Sure.
Ed Meyer.
Motion.
Charter.
Second.
Ooh, you can give it to Wood.
Just as a
needs
discussion.
it.
I happened to be on a plane traveling across America a couple of months ago and ran into Mr. Ebmeyer, and he had just come back from something that was really cool in his industry, and he's really proud. And I just want to say, he's in an industry where his bus service out here is really at the top of the game, and he kind of told me some things in confidence. So it's really nice to have a company like that here that's doing work for us. And he's really proud of what they've done. I can't say, but it's really cool, and it's nice to see them associated with the college.
Yep, they bus our athletes to their away games.
They got invited to a really big party of other companies, and where you're able to share great stuff, and you have to be invited to the party. So that really says something about them.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I was
student
invited.
advisory,
Trustee?
you
Yes.
passed.
I'm so great. I didn't go.
Oh, okay, service agreement, Rise interpreting.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Student trustee?
Yes.
We're not gonna hold anything up here from now on.
Nope.
So the next section,
This is
Is-
information discussion on
and that's all these
33.
14 different
Yep, we got them in our email.
first reads of board policy.
There's
Online
no-
voting is
No
open.
vote on this. First read. All right,
Michelle, thank you for sending us all those ahead of time.
okay.
Yes, so we
Read
can
them. I
rate them.
appreciate that.
You
We're
did
gonna go to
a great job.
18.
Motion.
Second. Adjournment.
Adjourn at 9:30 and 45 seconds.
9:30, 46.
I know it's
47.
unbelievable, but we finished, right?
Bye.
Finally.